This webinar is the two. Today we're going to cover Brent's plan of modernization, how to apply for a license, OSHPD 3 versus OSHPD 1R, and much, much more. Again, this is the first part of a two-part series. If you're interested in joining us for the second part and haven't registered yet, please log on to our HCAI website and register for the second part, which is going to take place May 18th, starting at 1 p.m. Pacific time. If you haven't done so already, feel free to download a copy of the PDF presentation under the handout section of the go-to toolbox. Again, we've scheduled this for a 3-hour presentation, which includes a question and answer session throughout the presentation and at the end of the presentation. If you have a question during the presentation, please type the question into the questions section of the go-to panel, and we will answer them the best we can. Please be sure to keep your questions generic, and if you have a specific question about a specific project or a specific issue, feel free to email your question over to regsunit@hcai.ca.gov. That's regsunit@hcai.ca.gov. If the presentation experiences transmission difficulties, please log out and log back in using the same login information that sent to you by the go-to software when you registered for the presentation. Today for presenters, we're going to have Mr. Richard Tannehill, Deputy Division Chief here at HCAI, Mr. Gary Dunger, Executive Director of Design and Construction at Cedars-Sinai, Ms. Nancy Timmons, Chief Fire Life Safety Officer here at HCAI, and Mr. David Coram, Superintendent of Building and Safety with the City of Long Beach. And in the background, we're going to have the rest of the HCAI team helping answer those questions that you type into the go-to questions section toolbox. So once again, thank you for joining us today. And without further ado, I hand the presentation over to the presenters.
Hello, everyone. This is Richard Tannehill with HCAI. Thank you for joining us today. We have a lot of information to go over. I just really quick wanted to cover why we're doing a presentation on clinics, as a lot of them are not under HCAI jurisdiction. And the reason is there's a lot of confusion around clinics, and we'll cover that as we go through. But as part of building standards unit with HCAI, probably half of my questions are about clinics, not about hospitals. So we do an ongoing training to educate industry on the difference between a clinic and an OSHPD 3 clinic and what's required. So we have a lot of information to go over today and Thursday. Go ahead to the next slide. We are doing this project, or this presentation, I guess it is kind of a project, as a partnered with the AIA California. So if you're logged on individually, you can download a certificate at the end of each session. If you are in a group setting, you will have to self-report for your time if you're sharing the link with others, because only one certificate is given per session, per login. And with that, I'll turn this over to Gary Dunger, who will introduce us all.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning, everybody. My name is Gary Dunger. For those that don't know me, I'm an executive director with Cedars-Sinai. I've been here for a little over 3 years, formerly with OSHPD for a long, long time, and decided to do the double dip for a while. My role as executive director at Cedars-Sinai, I interact with all the construction projects from cradle to grave, from the very beginning to the end, and learned that it's a very steep learning curve when you leave the OSHPD world and come to the owner side of things. One of the things that I was thrust upon very quickly were all of the requirements for clinics. Cedars-Sinai having about 200 or so clinics that we manage and operate. So this presentation has been sort of near and dear to my heart. But I'm honored to co-present with 3 other really talented folks. Richard Tannehill, who already spoke. Those that don't know Richard, he's currently the Deputy Division Chief of the Northern California Office of HCAI, and until last week was the supervisor of the Building Standards Unit, where all the questions regarding clinics go to. Richard is a licensed architect with over 30 years of 5 years in healthcare, specializing in project management and building code and construction, building code and construction administration. My next partner I'd like to introduce is David Karam. David is the building official representative of the Hospital Building Safety Board and the superintendent of building and safety for the city of Long Beach in California. David is a professional engineer and an architect, and has been a chief building official for multiple jurisdictions in California for many years, for 20 plus years. And then lastly, my other co-partner, Nancy Timmons. Nancy is the Chief Fire and Life Safety Officer for OSHPD. Started as a firefighter in the state of Michigan before falling in love with code enforcement, and became an inspector, and then ultimately a deputy state fire marshal for the state of Michigan before we snagged her away and brought her to OSHPD. She's been a fire and life safety officer and chief fire and life safety officer with OSHPD for 16 years, and knows more about fire than I, of course, ever will know. To touch on why we're here, clinics certainly have a limited understanding, I think, in the design community. One of the things I've been exposed to in this role is how widespread the understanding of clinic design is. So what we want to focus on today is to try and remove some of that mystique and give you some resources that can help you going forward with clinic design. And interestingly, there was an article done by Rebecca Fogg, who works with the Christensen Institute, that looked at problems in healthcare delivery. And this statement that she makes here is actually pretty topical for why we're here. Studies show that some care outside of the hospital setting can be equally or even more effective and always less expensive. So this is the single statement by itself is what's driving the reason for the movement into the community and the clinics that boom that we're experiencing. One of the things I've noticed since, and particularly since COVID, is how consumers, if you will, people who need healthcare are starting to look at healthcare. Their opinions are changing, their expectations are changing. They want things to be more convenient, more affordable, and they want things to be high quality. Younger consumers, interestingly, are not really satisfied with historical status quo, and they're also more willing to try some of the more non-traditional services, virtual care, retail walk-in clinics, artificial intelligence in healthcare, and some of these other things. These are the things that are driving our requirements for clinics in California. Now, a nice segue to clinics in California is, of course, these are highly regulated occupancies. I know that's going to be a surprise to everybody on the call. In California, there are at least 5 agencies that you're going to be involved with in constructing or moving or creating a licensed clinic. And we'll talk a lot today about the roles and responsibilities of each of these groups of people, because it's very important to understand who does what. Starting with the Department of Public Health. The Department of Public Health does not regulate construction. Many of the things that we build into a clinic, of course, are based on the licensing requirements, particularly for program and operations, but they don't regulate construction. They do conduct surveys. The surveys are for licensing to the Title 22 requirements, as well as surveys for NFPA 101 Life Safety Code approval for facilities that are going to be receiving federal reimbursement. And then, of course, naturally, they issue a CDPH license for licensed facilities. OSHPD, however, does do construction. We are the construction agency for healthcare in California. And OSHPD is responsible for writing the building standards for hospitals, of course, skilled nursing and intermediate care facilities, correctional treatment centers, psych hospitals, chemical dependency, I lost track of that one, chemical dependency hospitals, and of course, OSHPD 3 licensed clinics. OSHPD writes the regulations and enforces their regulations in most of those occupancy designations, with the exception of OSHPD 3. OSHPD 3 does not do construction for these facilities. That results, or that responsibility lies with the local building department and local fire department. State Fire Marshal, another state agency that regulates healthcare, writes fire and life safety specific code and building standards in California that OSHPD and the local jurisdictions will enforce in these clinics. The local building departments are the agency that have direct plan review and inspection responsibility for OSHPD 3 licensed clinics in California. They are tasked with, of course, enforcing the building standards throughout their jurisdictions and all of the different occupancies. But in licensed clinics, they are also tasked with enforcing OSHPD 3 requirements. Now, you notice up above, under the OSHPD column, it says OSHPD will review construction drawings upon request. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. When does the local building department perform the plan review and inspection, and when does OSHPD get involved? Lastly, on the last group, not that this group is the last, but the local fire authority also has some responsibility for these. Although no construction or building standards falls under their purview, they do inspection for compliance with fire code and public safety requirements, and then most importantly here, they issue the fire clearance, which we'll talk a little bit about. So these facilities are regulated, right? Lots of regulations that go with these uses, and rightfully so. In the Health and Safety Code, Section 1226 has specific language that requires licensed clinics in California to meet minimum standards of adequacy, safety, sanitation, et cetera, based on needs of the patients served. So this Health and Safety Code is state law. This is not a regulation, and this law drives the requirement and the authority for OSHPD and local jurisdictions to enforce these regulations. The California Department of Public Health requirements are found under Title 22. And again, those are primarily operational requirements and not building standards. But what about CMS? Does CMS get involved in your project? Most of the time, if you are receiving federal reimbursement for Medicare or Medi-Cal, then CMS requirements will also kick in, and they have a whole of health centers that are under their purview. So I'm going to do a little repetition here just to kind of underscore what we've been talking about. Public health evaluates the program and operations, not construction. They conduct surveys and they issue the license, where OSHPD does write the building regulations and they review the construction drawings upon request. We're going to talk a lot about that here pretty quick. Now, what about OSHPD 1R? How does OSHPD 1R enter into this mix? And what's the difference between OSHPD 3 and OSHPD 1R? OSHPD 3 are licensed primary care clinics, licensed specialty clinics, and psychiatric clinics licensed by the California Department of Public Health. Primary care clinics is broken into these other categories: free clinics, community clinics, employee clinics, optometric clinics, where specialty clinics include things like surgical clinics, chronic dialysis, rehab, and alternative birth centers. These are all OSHPD 3 requirements, which would also apply to outpatient clinical services of a hospital when they're provided in a hospital or a freestanding building, excuse me. OSHPD 1R it has requirements for non-conforming hospitals, buildings that don't comply with the seismic compliance requirements in the Health and Safety Code, where acute care services have been removed. These buildings, in order to stay under OSHPD jurisdiction, have to meet certain requirements for items that are in the building. Generally, OSHPD only regulates healthcare occupancies, but an OSHPD 1R building may have non-healthcare occupancies located within the building under certain limited circumstances. I'm not going to go into what all those things are. But the key here is an OSHPD 1R building remains under OSHPD jurisdiction. And if you remove acute care services but move in a licensed clinic into that space, the OSHPD 3 requirements would still be applicable. Now, I'm not an expert. None of us here are experts on the process for licensure, but I do have a kind of a simple flow chart that breaks it down into simple steps. Simple, everything's simple relatively, right? The licensure process starts with an application. That application is submitted to the California Department of Public Health Central Application Branch. There's one office located in the middle part of the state that receives all of the applications and processes them. When the Central Application Branch receives your application, they will issue a standard 850, we call it a Form 850, to the local fire department and request an inspection. Once the Central Application Branch receives all of the requirements, all the paperwork that's required for the application, as well as approval from the local fire department on the standard 850 form, they will send that completed application to the district office. The district offices are the groups that actually will come out and do your on-site survey to look at the clinic to make sure it complies with all of the Title 22 requirements. If the district office finds no deficiencies, they'll notify the Central Application Branch, and ultimately the Central Application Branch will issue the license. Pretty simple, right? It's like 6 little boxes, easy to do. Now, the Central Application Branch does have a pretty updated website. It helps with this application process. This is the website you see in blue. And on that page, there's a little box that says, let's get started. And how is your link to applying now for a facility license. The simple steps are, or some of the steps are, you type in your name and location, you select the service that you want licensed, and then it's a venue or a mechanism, a vehicle, if you will, to upload the documents that are required for that. And that's the key part. The application itself is the starting point, but the completed documents is ultimately what gets your project moving. On that site, there are 2 types of services: on-site services or clinic services in a hospital, and off-site, which would be freestanding. Some of the documents that are required for on-site services would be an OSHPD certificate of occupancy or certificate of substantial compliance or construction final. They would also need a floor plan for the area that's to be licensed and the fire department's standard 850 form signed and completed. For off-site services outside of a hospital setting, the authority having jurisdiction issues the certificate of occupancy, and that C of O or that permit card has to be included with your application, as well as a floor plan, the Form 850 from the fire department, and a couple of other things: a CDPH Form 270, which you kind of see on the right, and proof that you have control of the property, either a grant deed, a lease contract, or something that shows that you actually control that property. The 850 form looks something like this. When you complete your 850 form and upload it to the Central Applications Bureau, they will forward it to the fire department for you. And then when the fire department completes the inspection and completes the form, they send it back to the Central Application Branch, and it will be then added to your documentation. This is sort of a bit of a dance, because timing for the fire department involvement is very important. everything needs to be done, but you also want them out there early enough that they can look at things and help and identify any deficiencies or corrections that you might need to make before you are ready to operate, before they will sign off the form. And then lastly on the website is a list of all of the district offices that you will deal with. So if you go to this website, then you can get links to the actual field offices in your particular areas that will be the folks that actually come out and do your surveys. And when everything's said and done, your survey is completed, goes to the Central Application Branch. And like I said, we issue the licensure and everybody has a party. With that, I'm going to move on. I'll pass it to Richard. Richard's going to talk about a plan of modernization.
Thank you, Gary. So what we're going to talk about is plan of modernization, which is basically a way to defer full compliance with OSHPD 3 requirements when an existing facility clinic is acquired and wants to get licensed. This could either be through sale or just an existing facility wanting to update their license. So, sorry, jumping around here. Basically, this is in a law that's allowed. And so basically for an applicant to license and operate a primary care clinic, they have to meet all the requirements for OSHPD 3. Okay, I'm going to jump through this a little bit fast because a lot of this is just legalese. Once you get the plan of modernization approved, and this is kind of a little bit out of sequence, but it's the sequence it is in the law. If you fail to meet compliance within those 3 years, your license can be voided or revoked. So I'm going to go over really quick what this entails. So for a plan of modernization, the primary care clinic may receive an initial license to see patients while still working on bringing their newly licensed, leased, or existing facility into full compliance with the OSHPD 3 requirements. This is only available for primary care clinics. None of these specialty clinics can apply this. So as I was saying earlier, so if a building is being acquired or a clinic is being sold or anything where they're just upgrading the license from a non-licensed status to a licensed status, they have to be in compliance with OSHPD 3. So by applying for a plan of modernization, which would be going through OSHPD at HCAI, it would be the email that Caesar gave you, the regs unit at hcai.ca.gov. You'd make your application. You can also contact them to request an example of what the plan of modernization looks like. It's kind of like a template. But one of the important things to remember is that what is critical about this is the mechanical system, and specifically the waiting room, where they want to reduce the amount of possible contamination or infection within the waiting area. It used to be that the waiting room had to be upgraded prior to even submitting a plan of modernization. But we realized that a lot of facilities, that's a big investment to make when you don't even know what would be required through the plan of modernization or to bring the facility up to OSHPD 3 requirements. So now the requirement is that the waiting room must meet the ventilation requirements of the mechanical code within the first phase of construction. Okay, and those mechanical requirements are 10 air changes per hour, negative pressure relationship to the surrounding spaces, 100% exhaust to the outside or a HEPA filter, and approved by local building department for OSHPD 3. Again, all the permitting and will go through the local building department. You'll hear that repeated over and over again. Gary, can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so this is the example I was talking about on the right. But basically what you want to show is what the existing space meets the building code requirements where possible and where feasible. So basically what we're looking at is when it was built, did it meet the requirements at the time of construction? Okay, a survey must be done to identify any deficiencies with that existing building versus the OSHPD 3 requirements in the building code and documented in the plan of modernization. Okay, this must be prepared by a licensed architect. The remaining remedial work will be shown in this plan and have a breakdown along with the schedule. Okay, so the idea here is you identify what's required to be updated. That could be anything from accessibility to the HVAC system, could be some of the plumbing, different things in the facility that needs to be updated. And what it allows you to do is get into the facility and operating, and within 3 years, you have to bring that facility in compliance. And that's why we require a schedule. We require evidence of any phasing that is anticipated to be done. That actually comes to us for approval. And once we approve it, we'll return the approval letter to the clinic, and they would forward that with their license application to CDPH to get their license, along with the other forms that Gary was talking about. And once they approve it, sorry, let me jump back a little bit. Once they approve it, that starts your timeline for your 3 years to bring the facility into compliance. Okay, all the construction, all the reviews, plan reviews, all the approvals, at that point will go through the local agency. You do need to check in with CDPH to let them know that you're meeting the requirements for those 3 years. Like I said earlier, if within 3 years you don't meet the requirement, the license can be voided for that facility. Okay. So with that, I'm going to go into the general clinic requirements for OSHPD 3. And basically this section is in the administrative code and states that, as Gary mentioned earlier, that OSHPD has the authority to write the code, but the requirements for OSHPD 3, but the local building department is the enforcing agency. And by law for primary care facilities, the local agency must do it, or at least be the lead in it. So in other words, they can hire a third-party reviewer. The primary care facilities cannot come to OSHPD for clinic review. And this is where it states that all the other requirements in the building code, other than the 1225 section, which is for, 1226, which is for clinics, all the other parts of the building code for egress, for fire, for occupancy still apply as normal for any other project. So OSHPD 3 provisions apply to primary care clinics, specialty clinics, and psychology clinics. Primary care clinics are defined as free clinics, community clinics, employee clinics, and optometric clinics. I have a hard time with that too, Gary. Specialty clinics are the four that stand out. That's surgical, chronic dialysis, rehab clinics, and ABCs, or alternative birthing centers. Those, as you'll see in a couple slides, OSHPD can assist with the review of those for OSHPD 3 requirements. The OSHPD 3 provisions also apply to outpatient clinical services of a hospital when provided in a freestanding building. And the idea behind that is 25% of their patient population in the clinic can be inpatient. So if you're bringing inpatients over from the hospital, the outpatient area needs to be at the same level as the inpatient for their safety. As Gary also mentioned, the licensing for OSHPD 3 clinics is done through the Department of Public Health. And this will include primary care clinics, specialty clinics that I mentioned, surgical, chronic dialysis, rehab, and ABCs, and psychology clinics. Again, there'll be a lot of repeating in this because we not only have 8 hours to fill, but these are issues that come up all the time. So this clarification, I think, is beneficial. Section 1250 is for the hospital requirements. So hospitals providing outpatient clinical services in a freestanding building, these services typically include imaging, GI, endoscopy, nuclear med, cancer treatment, infusion therapy. And just so you know, infusion therapy and dialysis are treated very similarly when it comes to the building code. And then you also have hyperbaric therapy or hyperbaric chambers. So the local fire authority is responsible for the OSHPD 3 clinics. Regardless of the clinic's license, the local fire authority enforces the California Building Code and all its amendments as identified in the state by the state fire marshal. For the purposes of local fire authority review and or inspection, a clinic is classified as either a group B occupancy type for an outpatient clinic or ambulatory care facility, or a group I-2.1 is an ambulatory health care facility. And that's where you have 5 or more people incapable of self-preservation. Or excuse me, over 5 people incapable of self-preservation. The local fire authority does not enforce CBSC amendments identified in OSHPD 3. Upon completion of construction, the local fire authority issues the fire safety clearance. That's very important to remember. It is not our fire life safety officers. It is the local fire department. So for plan review, building inspection, certification for clinics, again, the responsibility lies with the city or county building jurisdiction. Okay, they shall be responsible for all the plan review and inspection for the new construction or alteration. Okay, this is also very important to remember is that the local building department that issued the permit basically reviewed the plans to OSHPD 3 standards are required to provide certification that the clinics are in conformance and were built in conformance with the construction drawing stating that they're OSHPD 3. And they will have to assign a certification that states that. And we'll talk about that a little bit more as well. The local jurisdiction shall not establish or apply any building standards or construction or alteration on the hospital's licensed freestanding clinics, which are more restrictive or comprehensive than a comparable building standards established or applied to a clinic facility, which are not hospital licensed pursuant to health and safety code. And what this is basically saying is that the local departments can't require them to be more restrictive than the clinics that are not licensed. So what that forces to happen, as I mentioned about the inpatient percentages, it forces the non-licensed clinics, the non-hospital licensed clinics to be elevated to the level of same construction as one that would see inpatients. Again, surgical clinic and chronic dialysis can be submitted to local jurisdiction. It also can be submitted to HCAI or OSHPD to review just the OSHPD 3 requirements of this. So the governing authority, the local jurisdiction, they can submit construction plans to the city or county as applicable for plan review, building inspection, certification. Upon the clinic's initial submittal of project plans, the city or county shall advise the governing authority or owner in writing if its decision to plan review the service will include certification or not include certification. Again, with surgical clinics and dialysis, they do have the option of having HCAI do the review. If the city or county indicates that they will do the review, it will include certification for OSHPD 3. They'll review the plans to all the provisions of OSHPD 3. They'll oversee the construction with inspections, and they will also provide written verification that the construction meets the requirements for an OSHPD 3 clinic. If the city or county indicates that they will not include certification with the plan review, the city or county shall review the plans, the provisions of the latest edition of the building code. This is just the standard building code, and the governing authority and the owner shall submit the following items to OSHPD. Basically, it's going to be only the requirements for OSHPD 3. So completed application and construction documents will be submitted for the clinic project and the fee. And HCAI will only review to the OSHPD 3 standards. The locals will do the structural, the fire, and anything else doing at the standard building code. And that's what I just said on this slide here. Okay. Upon completion of the plan review and receipt of the fees, our office will issue a certificate stating that it was reviewed to OSHPD 3. But the building inspection for the clinic project shall be performed by the local jurisdiction. That does not change. Okay, there's a code application notice, which is a CAN. We call them a CAN, is 1-7-2100. It is on clinics. And what that's going to have is a flow chart to determine which of the clinics and outpatient facilities are subject to OSHPD 3 requirements. So we're going to go through that here in the next few slides. There's a lot of inconsistency around how OSHPD 3 is applied. You have a lot of jurisdictions out there that have their own interpretations, and they may differ just a little bit. So it's enough to cause a lot of confusion in industry to know exactly what's required. That's why we do these seminars and webinars, and we also do a lot of outreach to local jurisdictions. So the confusion exists in part because of the use of the generic term clinics. A clinic is anywhere you can see patients. They can be called outpatient facilities. They can be called clinics. They can be called Mediquick, whatever you want to call them. There's a lot of different terminology. But the reality is there is a requirement for licensure for specific types of clinics. And that's where it causes confusion. Somebody opening up alternate birthing center may not know they need OSHPD 3 licensure to get the reimbursements that they need for their facility, and may not even apply for it. And then after the fact, when they try to get it, they find out they're not able to qualify. And that's usually when we're getting phone calls. There are a lot of variables in the statute and regulations regarding the use of licensing and in the clinic facilities. And so again, it makes consistent application of regulators complex. You have so many different variables out there. So we put this CAN together to help clarify that. And it'll also break down the differences between, the fire department, the designer, and the different responsibilities. And as I mentioned, the reimbursement is significant when it comes to the different types of OSHPD 3, the licensed clinic versus the non-licensed clinic. So here's the spreadsheet, the flow chart that I was mentioning earlier. We kind of stepped through this. The first part of it is the first question: is it intended to be licensed? Is the clinic intended to be licensed by CDPH? And if the answer is no, these are typically doctor's offices or ambulatory surgery centers that are certified for Medicare. If the answer is they're not going to meet OSHPD 3 requirements, everything goes to the local and nothing else is required by OSHPD or HCAI. Okay, and just so you know, OSHPD and HCAI are used synonymously here. OSHPD is an office under the Department of HCAI. So if I'm using both terms, don't let that confuse you. I'm talking about the same thing. Once the locals review it and build it, it goes to CDPH. For the certification for Medicare, it would still go through CDPH. But up here, if the building is not intended, if the clinic is not intended, if it is intended to be licensed by CDPH, the next question is the clinic going to be under a hospital license? And that's actually kind of easy as well. If it's a yes, is it in the hospital building? And if so, it's under OSHPD jurisdiction, and you submit it to us, we review it, we do everything we would on a normal project, including working with CDPH to get licensure. If it is not in a hospital building, if it's in a non-hospital freestanding clinic, then the owner kind of can pick if the who the reviewing agency would be. If they choose it to go to OSHPD, it'll come to us, but OSHPD will only review it for the OSHPD 3 requirements. Excuse me, if they can choose what jurisdiction it can be in, and if they choose OSHPD, we will review everything, including OSHPD 3 requirements, and that building will remain under our jurisdiction indefinitely, or until something is done to change that. Now, if the owner does not want it under OSHPD jurisdiction, they can send it to the local building department. And then the question there is, will they provide OSHPD 3 certification? If yes, they do the whole review, the inspection, and the certification at the end. If not, OSHPD plan review can come to OSHPD, and in this case, we will review only the OSHPD 3 requirements. So sorry if I confused that. And then it will go back to the locals once that certification that it was plan reviewed will go back to locals, and they will do the inspection and the certification still. For clinics under CDPH, that's not under CDPH license. I'm going to jump over here to the licensed primary care. This will all go through the local building department, including OSHPD 3. It's just a regular project. Okay. If it's a specialty clinic, either chronic dialysis or surgery or rehab or ABC, the ABC will could go to the local, and with the option of, they will be reviewing the OSHPD 3 as well for those. For the chronic dialysis and the surgical, the owner may request OSHPD to review the OSHPD 3. If we accept to do so, we'll review for OSHPD 3 requirements and notify the local building department by certification that it met the OSHPD 3 requirements. If OSHPD either does not accept, which we always do when legally allowed, or the owner requests that it be done through the locals, it can be sent to the local who will provide certification for OSHPD 3, and in which case they will review the whole project and inspect the building and submit for the certification. If they will not review OSHPD 3, the plans will come back to OSHPD. We will review only for OSHPD 3 and return back to the locals to show certification for OSHPD 3. So it's more confusing listening to it than really self-explanatory. The first question I ask when I get the phone calls is, how will the facility be licensed? And it's surprisingly how many times that's not known, either by the design professional and sometimes by the facilities or the physicians themselves do not know how they're going to license it. And that's really the trigger of all of this, is how it's going to get licensed. And so that question comes up every time. And will it be licensed by the Department of Public Health? If yes, is the license under a 1250 hospital license or a 1200, which is a clinic license? Both of those will require OSHPD 3. If no, it will not be under the license by Department of Public Health. It can be certified through the county, but not under the CDPH. Then it does not need to meet the OSHPD 3 requirements. Okay, there are other requirements that are in the model code for health facilities. It will have to still meet those, but does not have to meet the 1226 requirements or the OSHPD 3 requirements in the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. And I just explained all that as well. So this slide is actually to show that there's a lot of similarities between the different types of facilities. You can have surgery in a hospital, you can have surgery in an outpatient surgery of a hospital in a freestanding building, and you can have outpatient surgery in a surgical clinic that meets OSHPD 3. You can also have a surgical clinic that does not meet OSHPD 3. So there's a lot of different, you can see where the confusion comes in. So that's why we try to give this training. Health and Safety Code requires that hospital clinical service provided in a freestanding outpatient building have the same functional requirements and support as those provided for comparable service provided by licensed clinics. And that's where the OSHPD 3 requirements have to upgrade the level. Again, if you're not getting it licensed, there's no need to have it, the construction meeting that higher standard for that reimbursement rate. Also included on our website are some useful resources. Primary care clinic checklist has a lot of the information in the narrative that we just talked about, but it also has a series of checklists for what's required for OSHPD 3 requirements, including mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. And it also has some explanation of what isn't required for existing facilities if you're converting them to OSHPD 3. In addition to that, we have a new surgical clinic checklist that's recently been added, which has the same thing as well as for chronic dialysis. So these are really useful checklists that can be found on the HCAI website. Just search for HCAI clinics and you'll run across these. And with that, we're going to pause for any questions at this time.
Great, thank you, Richard. We do have some questions that came in, so I'm going to go ahead and read those off to you. So thank you all, first of all, for submitting these questions. Some of these have been answered already with the information provided, but we'll go ahead with the first question. Richard, I think this one's maybe for you. The question reads, where can a list of the licensed clinics be obtained?
I saw that question. I'm not sure what they're asking. If you can add some clarification. If you want to know which clinics are licensed, you probably have to check on CDPH as a website that you can check the licensing status of different clinics. Because clinics are not under HCAI jurisdiction, we do not have that information. But if that's what you're asking for, it would be through CDPH.
Great, thank you, Richard. We have another question, Richard, and again, maybe this one is for you as well. It reads, hi, if an outpatient clinic is moving from one location to another, does that license just need to get updated under CAB?
No, the new building will have to comply with OSHPD 3. So you will have to either get a survey done to show that it complies, or do a project to bring it into compliance, or do the plan of modernization to bring it into compliance within 3 years. The license itself just doesn't transfer to another building. The building does have to comply with the requirements.
Okay, thank you. And this question, I don't know who can quite answer it, but I'll read it. The question reads, can you clarify for the audience Title 24 CBC versus Title 22 requirements, CDPH, versus NFPA 101 CMS requirements? And then a follow-up clarification to that question was referring to scenarios when all three versus only one is required.
I can start it, and if anybody else wants to jump in and answer it, we can do that. But basically, Title 24 is the building standards requirements for construction, whereas Title 22 is the operational requirements for operating the facility. Title 22 is a law. Currently, there are building standards within Title 22, but Title 22 hasn't been updated since, I think, 1979. They are currently, CDPH is currently in a rewrite of that, and they are updating it. But CDPH also follows NFPA. And we try to align our code. We don't adopt NFPA for those same requirements, but we try to adopt our code to be in alignment with that as best as we can. I think we're pretty close to that now. But basically, the general rule is Title 24 is the building standards, Title 22 is the operational requirements.
And then, Caesar, I'll jump on the second part of that question. If a facility wants federal reimbursement from Medicare or Medi-Cal, a condition of participation is compliance with NFPA 101 Life Safety Code. And those are comparable requirements to California code. We do spend a little bit of time making sure that the California codes are consistent with the life safety codes so that you don't have these disconnects. But it is a separate national requirement that is a condition of participation from CMS.
Yeah, and just for clarification, it's Medicare or Medicaid. Medi-Cal is actually under the state.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Thank you.
no problem. That comes up a lot.
I didn't know that.
Great. No, this is great information. It's this is very useful. Thank you both for answering that. If we're done with that one, we do have a couple of more questions. And Gary, let me know when you're ready to move on. We can go ahead and say these towards the last, but we're almost done with the questions that have been asked so far. So the next question reads, can the plan of modernization apply to a typical office building that was never used or licensed as a medical facility?
The answer is yes. Again, part of the idea is to bring it into compliance within 3 years. So you have to do your due diligence and have it surveyed prior to signing your lease, prior to starting construction, and make sure it's something that's going to be affordable or feasible. Because some of the requirements for the mechanical system and the plumbing system can be very costly if they're not already in place. So that's why we always tell folks prior to getting into an agreement or purchasing a building, do your survey first and find out how much it will cost to bring it into OSHPD 3 compliance. You can bring any building into OSHPD 3 compliance. It's just what is it going to cost to do so?
Perfect. Thank you for that. Next question is, when local is AHJ, can they request HCAI review? I believe that's what they were trying to say.
Yeah, it depends on the type of facility. Again, primary care clinics are supposed to, by law, go through the local jurisdiction. Specialty clinics, they can request that we do it. Now, again, the exception there is if it's under the hospital's license, then we can do it. But if it's a freestanding clinic not associated with the hospital license, it must be done by a primary care clinic. It must be done by the local jurisdiction.
All right, I'll ask both of these questions. They seem to be similar. First question is, do 1R facilities have to demonstrate compliance with Part 6 requirements?
No, because they're currently healthcare facilities are exempt, and 1R buildings are considered part of the hospital building still. They're still in the same hospital shell. So it'd be almost impossible to have a piece of a building comply with the energy requirements for Part 6. We are working with the Energy Commission right now to provide more requirements for energy compliance in both hospitals and clinics.
All right, and the next question.
1R building still falls under the hospital building requirements.
Okay. Next question is also having to do with 1R buildings. The question reads, if the building is 1R, does the plan review go to OSHPD or can it go to the local agency?
The 1R buildings are under OSHPD jurisdiction and they have to come to OSHPD. 1R buildings by definition are buildings that acute care is removed from, but they remain under OSHPD jurisdiction.
All right, and this next question reads, does this information apply to rural health clinics?
It applies to, it's universal throughout the state. Same rules apply.
All right, and then is a OSHPD 3 dental clinic considered a specialty clinic?
No, it's a primary care clinic. We see very few dental clinics, but they fall under the primary care section. If you look under 1226, I think .6, they'll have dental clinics listed there.
All right, and then second to last question here. If a clinic is to be licensed as a surgical clinic, does it need to meet all the program requirements for the surgical clinics of 1226? Example, let's see here. Example.
Well, the answer is yes.
Great. Okay, thank you.
It has to meet the requirements of a surgical clinic and under 1226, which also points back to 1224.
All right, perfect. Yeah, and they did mention the 1226 in there. So, all right. If you all are ready, we can proceed with the rest of the presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Caesar, for taking care of us there. This next section of the presentation will be presented by my good friend, David Coram. David, take her away. If you're talking, David, you're on mute, sir.
Can you hear me now?
There you are. Yes, sir.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Gary, and thank you, Richard, for conducting the presentation to this point. I have been looking at the number of attendees, about 523, and people are keep adding. My name is David Khuram. For those of you who just joined this presentation, I'm the Superintendent of Building and Safety for City of Long Beach, a registered engineer, been working in regulating of the building for last 25 years as a building official for various agencies in Southern California and most recently Long Beach. Throughout my career, I have had many requests from many medical facility owners for the cities that I have been with to process their plan reviews and inspections. Obviously, it's a great difficulty for an applicant to submit some of their projects, OSHPD 3 part of it, through to HCAI, and then come back for the rest of the permitting and inspections through the local government. So it's a very good level of service if the local jurisdictions can provide the services that Richard indicated for OSHPD 3 facilities. But the OSHPD 3 facilities are complex and regulations are not clear for many, many jurisdictions, especially small jurisdictions. So I've been always proponent of having local jurisdictions staff sit on similar type trainings so they can gain the experience and understand the efficiency that could be obtained through processing OSHPD 3 projects through local jurisdictions. There are some private companies who do this kind of work, and for those of attendees in this seminar that are for work for the local jurisdictions, are building officials or inspectors or plan review staff, as a last resort, some of these private companies have been doing high-end reviews of OSHPD 3 projects for local agencies. Reason I'm talking about OSHPD 3 and saying they're complex is not just because the OSHPD regulation and multi-agency involvements. The projects by themselves are complicated too. And I'm going to get into some of those building code requirements for OSHPD 3 facilities. As Gary indicated, OSHPD facilities could be an outpatient services of a hospital. Outpatient service of hospital could be as extensive as a hospital. They would appear like a hospital. When you have facilities with hyperbaric chambers, we have cancer therapy clinics. From outside, sometimes they look or they appear exactly like a major hospital. I was involved with the St. Joseph Hospital in Orange 10 years ago. And for those of you who live or work in Southern California, that facility from outside looks like a hospital. It's gigantic. It's big. That fell within the OSHPD 3 regulations. On a smaller note, on a smaller size, we have dialysis centers that they could be also complex, but majority of them nowadays, they go to local jurisdiction. And then next step down, we get into dental surgical facilities and regular clinics that they don't have to be OSHPD 3 or they don't need the requirements of the CDPH to comply. The reason I'm bringing this up also is for local jurisdictions to understand that we are involved one way or the other in review of the clinics. So developing that knowledge within our staff, within our people, inspectors and plan review staff is critical. This was my little introduction before I get into the technical side of my presentation. Gary, would you mind push to the next slide for me?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You should be able to.
Yes, now I can. I guess I can do it. Yeah. It's very sensitive. Okay. OSHPD 3 requirements only apply to clinics that are licensed. We already said that. Based on the Health and Safety Code Section 1200 and Section 1250, code enforcement of these facilities are up to the local building departments. I want to use an example here. Maybe it makes sense for some of you. As a local jurisdiction, we come close to the state agencies in enforcement of some of the regulations. For instance, when it comes to the public schools go to DSA, as you know, but private schools, they go to the local agency. Same thing will happen with the hospital and OSHPD 3 facilities. OSHPD facility, the hospitals, they go to HCAI or OSHPD, but OSHPD 3 projects fall right in between. So it's good to understand that we do the same kind of work with DSA type. You guys are all familiar with the latest codes that just got adapted in California starting January of this year, 2021 California codes, which you see the pictures of these code books. They're dark gray colored nowadays, and if any architect, engineer, or design professional designs something starting January 1st of 2023, they need to design their projects based on these new codes. These new codes apply to OSHPD 3 project, specifically the building code, structure code, which basically is part 2 of the California Building Code, part 3, 4, and 5, which are basically plumbing, electrical, mechanical, are very relevant and have many provisions related to OSHPD 3 projects. So as a local jurisdiction, as an architect, as somebody who developed a skill set to deal with OSHPD 3 projects, they must have a knowledge of building code as well as the trade codes, building, electrical, plumbing, and fire. Green Building Code, and also recently, starting January this year, Energy Code has become more inclusive, and hospitals are included as a part of the Energy Code, Part 11 of the California Building Codes. For many years, the hospitals were exempt from Energy Code because of the nature of their facilities, and but as California become more energy concerned and energy cautious, the requirements are coming to medical facilities as well. Well, we talked about OSHPD 3. Let's get into a little bit on the technical side from standpoint of an architect or engineer or design professional who work on these projects. What are we talking about? Special window requirement, special ceiling heights, interior walls, washable surfaces for ceiling and floors, special requirement for elevators, corridors, and understanding of the different rooms and purposes of these rooms. Examination rooms, procedure rooms, operating rooms. Most of us have been through some kind of medical facility before, so we have all, one way or the other, for most part, have been through an examination room. We have been through, some of us may have been through procedure rooms and operating rooms, but actually there are specific requirements for all these spaces in the building, electrical, plumbing, mechanical code, and other codes as we get into. Examples of these requirements, which are many, per this slide indicates that almost every discipline that we work with will be involved. Building code, size of rooms, exam rooms is a duty for an architect or professional who starts drawing these spaces or design these spaces or modify them or upgrade them. For mechanical guys, air plenums is prohibited in order to control the germs and bacteria. Return air is not recommended or prohibited. Plastic piping is prohibited. We all know when the buildings catch fire, plastic piping can produce a lot of toxic odors. So the logics of limiting plastic piping in medical facilities, including OSHPD 3 facilities. When we get into surgical clinics, emergency generator, backup power, all electrical concerns come about, including redundant grounding. Somebody asked a question early on, and Richard answered, can a building be converted to an OSHPD 3 facility? Please, please, please do your homework, do your diligence, because as a city building official, most recently I had to deal with a building that it was designed, it's an existing building, but the contractor completely did not have redundant grounding in mind. So we had to go back. It was pretty expensive and costly to make sure that they installed the redundant grounding. That's an example, simple example of how a project could be costly. And doing a survey, initial survey of the property and getting this requirements down is quite critical. Sorry. OSHPD 3 requirements, as we spoke, some of them are Title 22. Failure to recognize and comply with OSHPD 3 could jeopardize licensure and become very expensive. Speaking of building codes, there are certain requirements for the primary care clinics, especially clinic, psychological or psychology clinics licensed by CDPH. These requirements also apply to all alternate birth centers, ABCs. This section shall also apply to the outpatient clinical services of a hospital. We spoke about that already. All the plumbing code, electrical code, mechanical code have requirements for OSHPD 3 that needs to be adhered to. OSHPD requirements apply to all facilities described above and are not dependent on occupancy group designation. One thing that we need to realize that an OSHPD 3 building could consist of several different occupancies. The storage facility, so we got to make sure as a design professional, we don't mix the OSHPD 3 definition with the occupancy classifications or groups of the building code. Architectural provisions. OSHPD 1 are hospitals, OSHPD 2 and OSHPD 1R are skilled nursing facility and intermediate care facilities, which they go to OSHPD and HCAI for review. OSHPD 3, the clinics, are the purpose of this presentation here. Then we get OSHPD 4, which are correctional treatment facility centers, and OSHPD 5 for acute psychiatric hospital. This slide, even though we just focused on the clinics, is important to realize how the building code looks at medical facilities from top all the way to down, I may have to say. Patient clinics serving hospitals, quite critical, quite major radiology and imaging services, spaces. A lot of architectural requirement above the minimum code requirements that an architect or engineer needs to consider or design provision. Intestinal endoscopy facilities where people are put to sleep or for temporary out of conscious for certain operations, but then they, after a couple hours of recovery, they can walk and go home. Nuclear medicine, cancer centers. Hopefully nobody had to deal with this situation, but nowadays a lot of nuclear medicine facilities or treatments are done outpatients. Cancer treatment, the same thing, and hyperbaric therapy for burn patients are critical facilities, very major facilities that could go under the requirements of the OSHPD 3 and reviewed by the local government. Richard said, primary care clinics are local jurisdiction. So surgical clinics, they can go to the OSHPD, but realizing OSHPD will be reviewing and also local government will be involved, it really elongates the duration of the plan review and inspection and final approval. So most of the developers and medical facility builders, they come through the local government. Obviously, chronic dialysis clinics. We see a large number of these clinics due to the pandemic or due to many diabetes problems and sugar issues, and also rehabilitation clinics. Alternative birthing clinics, the same. California most recently has become a heaven for alternate birth clinics, so we see a lot of them. We see a lot of urgent cares, by the way, that they are a little bit on detail of examination room, operating rooms, and procedure rooms. They may look the same, but they are completed for have different purposes. Exam rooms generally have a bed, or they could have a exam table. They're mostly for monitoring blood pressure and getting pulse oximetry. No surgeries are supposed to be done, but that's where we go firsthand when we check in with a doctor. Operating rooms are a notch higher where the actually operations happen. If somebody has a broken leg, broken limb, or some kind of a operation needs to happen on them, they will be working or going to an operating room. Proportions requirements, electrical requirements are different for these centers. And then procedure rooms are rooms that are designated for performance of patient care that requires high level of disinfection and a sterile instruments and some environmental controls that is not required to be performed with the environmental controls at the same level as operating rooms. So if we are trying to prioritize this list, exam rooms first, procedure rooms next, and then operating rooms have more requirements. Some of more requirements has to do with most of medical facilities need gas, medical gas and air supplies, oxygen, vacuum, medical air, and also return WHGC for the return the medical gases are required. This slide from the table 1224.4.6.1 is in the California Building Code Chapter 12, and highlighted purple areas or rows indicate the requirement for the medical gases and vacuums and piping and plumbing associated with these services, which as a local government, we don't see these unless we deal with the medical facilities. Another set of requirements that comes into effect when we deal with the medical facilities or OSHPD 3 facilities are nurse call devices, nursing stations. This table derived from the table 1224.4.6.5 of the California Building Code clearly identify the centers or rooms that require to have the stations and the type of the stations that they need to have when it comes to nurse call state systems. On a physical design of OSHPD 3 facilities, corridors and doors and windows are one of the early things that any professional needs to be aware, any plant checker or inspector needs to be aware of these, any contractor needs to be aware of these dimensions. The dimensions are generally 5 feet, but if you talk about exam room alone itself, 44-inch will be fine. Corridor widths where we have the bed and gurney needs to swing in there or needs to go through. They're generally about 72 inches, which is 6 feet wide. Doors and windows are also critical to pay attention. The toilet rooms, doors, for instance, have to swing out towards outside so patient or somebody cannot get pushed or trapped inside the bathroom. There's got to be a way for the door to swing in the direction of the coming out of the restroom. Interior finishes. Whoever works with sanitation and design a facility that requires sanitation would realize that floors, walls, ceilings in a medical facility could trap a lot of germs in the long run. When we design a facility or build a facility for 40, 50 years, undoubtedly these centers can gather all sorts of germs if they're not cleaned or washable or maintained. So there's a heavy requirement on the type of ceiling tiles that can be used on the semi-restricted areas versus restricted areas. Restricted areas are where we want solid surfaces, no drop ceilings. If the drop ceiling is installed or used, they have to have certain weight and they have to be gasketed. So the bacteria and germs cannot get within the nooks and crannies of the ceiling tiles. No perforation of the ceiling tiles would be allowed. Again, surfaces have to be cleanable and sanitized. Sorry. One thing that we produce a lot when we deal with medical facilities is a soil waste, garbage, and medical waste and the trash. Constantly, these things are produced, but they have to be disposed far away from surgical facilities or medical facilities, certain requirements for the minimum size of the rooms and ventilation requirement for such spaces. Cleaning utility room, work counters, hand washing stations, storage facilities for clean and sterile supplies are required in OSHPD 3 required locations and facilities. Soil workrooms are also something that we see at every patient room, at every examination room, clinic sink, hand washing requirements, work counters that they do not project into the minimum 80 square feet required for the patient's areas are critical. So let me see.
I think I have it from here, David. I think this part's
I think you take it from here. Yes.
Yeah. Really well done. Thank you. And I really appreciate your narrative and insight on some of the inner workings of these requirements and your particular observation, having seen it from the local jurisdiction standpoint. I've never been there. Thank you. Section 1226.5 deals with outpatient services of a hospital. And not surprisingly, all the requirements that you would have in 1224 for hospitals are also requirements from 1226. So I'm not going to read all of these, but you can see pretty readily that all of the requirements for support areas, for general support services, for administrative and public areas and support staff all refer to the corresponding section in section 1224 for hospital requirements. So everything that's required for a hospital is required for outpatient services of a hospital. And so going forward, support spaces for radiology, when X-ray, CT, MRI, ultrasound, mammography services are provided, they have to comply with the same provisions as would be required for a hospital setting. Although 1226.551 does have some additional requirements and some other references to other sections actually within section 1226. So this is where it starts getting really, really fun. Sometimes you're being referred to 1226, sometimes you're being referred to 1224. So it's very important to pay attention and follow the breadcrumbs for these facilities. Special requirements in 1226.56 for X-ray, 57 for CT, 58 for MRI, 59 for ultrasound, and 510 for mammography. All of these refer to the 1224 provisions. GI or endoscopy now has a bunch of other specific requirements, but these are commensurate again with the hospital requirements. So all of these requirements for the procedure room, for the processing room, for post-op and pre-op support areas are all required to be identical to what you would find in a hospital setting in section 1224. Ditto for nuclear med. The requirements for radiation protection and physicist requirements are the same in 1226 as they are in 1224. The nuclear med room or radiopharmacy areas, and then of course the support areas, which include the cleanup and patient toilets and so on, that all may have radioactive exposure, all need to meet the same requirements for a hospital. Continuing on with the service spaces, support areas, high dose rate brachytherapy rooms, all special requirements that are referred to 1224. Cancer treatment clinics are regulated in 1226.513. And again, this is an outpatient service of a hospital. So all of these requirements for treatment, nurse stations, hand washing stations, clean and soil utility, et cetera, are identical to the requirements in 1224. And you can see the reference sections that you need to comply with. Next section we'll move to is primary care clinics, and this is section 1226 of building code. I think David sort of touched on some of these. Primary care clinics, just as a reminder, have to comply with 1226.4.3 through 4.8. That's found in that section, comes from the general requirements. So exam and treatment areas, exam rooms and treatment rooms have some slightly different requirements. Exam rooms need to comply with 1224.441, but some other requirements, exam and treatment rooms, 80 square foot, are required to be 80 square foot with the least dimension of 8 feet and contain a hand washing station. Treatment rooms for minor procedures have to have a minimum area of 120 square feet. The least dimension, which should be 10 feet. These are not, how should I word this? These are not complementary to one another. If you have an exam room that's required to be 80 square foot and a treatment room is required, the exam room obviously can't be a treatment room. But a treatment room, which is required to be 120 square feet, could also function as an exam room. So there's some interesting correlations going on here. Support areas for nurse stations, med stations, clean utility room, these all have their own requirements in section 1226. So the reference sections in 1226 take you back to the general requirements for other specialty use, or not specialty use, I'm sorry, but other clinic requirements. But they don't necessarily refer you to the hospital requirements in 1224. And continuing on, same story for general support services like garbage and housekeeping. The public areas and support areas all have references within 1226 for these requirements. These handouts obviously will be available to you. In fact, you can download them right now in the GoToWebinar handout section, and keep these handy, keep these near you, because these are really great references. Surgical clinics, now we get into some of the more special stuff, and the distinction, of course, that Richard made earlier is primary care clinics are not ever reviewed by OSHPD. They are required by law to be reviewed by the local building department and local fire department, and the local building department is required to certify that they meet the OSHPD 3 requirements. Surgical clinics can be reviewed by OSHPD or by the local jurisdiction, and that's kind of what we touched on earlier. The requirements, not surprisingly, for surgical clinics are identical to the requirements for hospitals. So we started this whole day with a reference to the Health and Safety Code that said surgical areas, regardless of whether they're in a hospital or in a freestanding portion of the hospital or in a clinic, have to meet certain requirements, certain patient care expectations, sanitation, cleanliness, etc. So all of those requirements that are found for hospitals in 1224 are referenced here in 1226. Outpatient surgery, same thing. Equipment storage, staff clothing, housekeeping, etc., all refer to the 1224 sections. And then the support areas like patient toilet rooms and outpatient change areas have their own requirements in 1226. Dialysis clinics, also a specialty clinic, also something that would be reviewed by OSHPD and certified to OSHPD 3, has those same references back to 1224. So for exam and treatment, exam rooms, 100 square feet, treatment rooms have to be 120 square feet and refer to 1224.441. Some floor area requirements for patient treatment areas, reception, outpatient waiting, and so on. Exam area, support areas for the exam and treatment rooms are, each of these things is required. So you must have an administrative center or nurse station, must have hand washing stations as specified here, medication station, clean utility, soil workroom, housekeeping, nourishment, etc. One of the things I like to akin these things to is this is kind of like a recipe book, and all of these things are required to bake this particular cake. So you cannot have a licensed clinic that doesn't have each of these things that is required here. And then, of course, the requirement for the individual room or area is specified here in the code. Next item, section 1226.10 deals with rehab clinics. Rehab clinics aren't overly regulated. There are section 1226 references for general clinic requirements for support areas, for public areas, and support areas for staff. Physical therapy spaces are, however, akin to the hospital setting again. So all of the requirements for physical therapy service refer to the corresponding 1224 sections. Occupational therapy refer to the 1224 sections. Speech pathology and audiology, same thing. So each of these items is required for your rehab clinic if you're doing this particular type of service. And then these references the hospital requirements for those services or for those rooms. Next one will be alternative birthing centers. David mentioned how popular California is for these alternative birthing clinics as of late. And the special requirements in 1226.11 are unique, but also correlate to requirements for baby care and nurseries and et cetera in 1224. So the size of the birthing rooms, the location where these rooms can be located related to foot traffic, et cetera, requirement for nurse call systems, hand washing stations, special lighting requirements, et cetera, all reference the 1224 provisions. Support areas in 1226.11.2 are required for these areas. You must have nurse stations, med stations, clean utility, soil utility. Crash carts are required, and a space for those crash carts must be there. And these requirements all have correlating sections in 1226. The list goes on. 11.3 for support areas for mothers and newborns must have a patient toilet room directly accessible with a lavatory, shower, or tub and nurse call. General support services and facilities like housekeeping, garbage, solid waste, et cetera, areas for laundry are required and have requirements in 1226 for those areas. And last slide for alternate birthing centers, admin areas, the public areas are required for reception, outpatient, public toilets, et cetera. Administrative areas must have medical records on site, equipment and supply storage, and staff support, toilets, storage, lounge, et cetera. 1226.12, it deals with psychology clinics, and these requirements are pretty minimal and can be found within 1226, et cetera, itself, with other references to the similar requirements in the hospital setting in 1224. I tried to pick up a pace a little bit there. I don't want to read all these sections and put everybody to sleep, of course, so wanted to pick up the pace a little bit on these, but hand it to Richard for the accessibility requirements, which are always a bit challenging.
Yeah, my job is to put everyone to sleep. Thank you, Gary. Just going to go through these. There's not a lot here for accessibility. We're just addressing the general requirements for this. Let's see if I can get this. Okay. Basically, as general rule, all new areas of a clinic must be accessible. Actually, the reality is all areas of a clinic should currently be accessible with ADA requirements. But as you're building new space, adding on, or a new facility, most of a clinic is considered public. There's a few exceptions to that, and we'll go over that. But all new areas designed or constructed in a facility shall be compliant with the 11B requirements. Like I said, we'll talk about some of the exceptions to that. When a site, building, facility, room, or space contains more than one use, each portion shall comply with the applicable requirements for that use. So if you have how we kind of do, we break it down by public, staff, and patient areas. So you have to apply the accessibility to the actual uses of those spaces. 11B no longer addresses occupancy groups specifically. They do talk about medical areas, things like that. But basically, a lot of the requirements for accessibility has just been built into 11B because they apply to healthcare facilities as a general rule as well. So, broad scope. Gary, can you switch that slide? Thank you. This is how 11B is kind of generally set up. It starts up with the scoping requirements, basically where and how many. That's going to be your basic 11B-2 requirements. Then they get into the specific elements, plumbing, site stuff, different requirements for different areas. And then the building blocks are the actual dimensions and how to do it. So, so the biggest concern, as probably most of you deal with, is toilets and accessibility at toilets. Again, we do it by groups. You have public, staff, and patient areas. Okay, so where toilet facilities are provided for the exclusive use of a separate user group, the toilet facilities serving each user group shall be considered compliant or accessible. Okay, so if you have staff toilets, they have to be accessible. If you have public toilets, they also have to be accessible. Patient toilet has to be accessible. So there's, again, goes back to the word all that is in the previous slide. The exceptions for alterations where it is technically infeasible to comply or to alter an existing toilet room to make it compliant. A single unisex toilet can be located adjacent to two non-compliant toilets. And kind of just backing up just a little bit, California has the all gender law for naming toilets. The requirements for the number of toilets is still based on male and female counts. So if you have staff, you need a male and female toilet, although they're labeled all gender, but 2 toilets are still required. Okay. So for the exception here that I was mentioning is if you have 2 that are existing toilets that are non-accessible and you want to bring them into compliance, but it's infeasible. I have actually done some toilets 20 years ago that were built with CMU walls. And then in 2010, the code changed to add the extra 4 inches at the back of the toilet wall. It's technically and feasibly implausible to expand the CMU walls to meet that requirement. So there is an exception there. But if you provide one additional unisex toilet between those 2 non-accessible regular toilets, you can meet that same requirement. Patient toilets, by definition, are considered unisex. We can't pick the type of patient that's going to be using a restroom. So those are all considered unisex. All toilets in a medical office building or in any public area shall be comply with 805 for accessibility. Common use spaces, this is one that we get a lot of questions on. Common use space is what it says here is interior, exterior circulation rooms, spaces or elements that are not for public use and made available for shared use of 2 or more people. This is for employee areas. So an example of this would be a drug room where there's maybe one station in there, but many people are going to be using it throughout the day. That's your common use area. This can apply to labs, different areas where there is not an assigned station for the same individual to work day after day. Public use areas are basically any space that's accessible to the public, and this would include the waiting room, public toilets, as well as exam rooms that the public is expected to enter and go into. Now, there may be items in that exam room that they are not expected to use, such as equipment on the walls and stuff, but everything else needs to be made accessible. For waiting rooms, 5% of the seating shall be used for wheelchair spaces, and if the facility serves patients that specialize in mobility issues, that increases to 10%. So as I mentioned, examination room, diagnostic and treatment rooms, all of these are really considered public spaces because they bring patients into it. They're free will to move about the space, so they must be able to get in and get out of that space. There are also requirements for clearances around any exam tables or procedure tables for anyone that needs assistance to be able to approach the table. And we'll look at some slides of that here in a second. But typically, the clearance requirement is 36 inches around the tables and the exam chairs or whatever they happen to be using. The exception to this, basically it's on each side of the bed. So both sides and the foot of the table must be accessible. The exception to this is non-emergency settings may have one side of the gurney or the chair up against the wall. So that way you only have one side and the foot of the bed. That's required to be clear. If there's any equipment that's expected to be used by the public, it shall meet the minimum accessibility requirements for reach ranges, et cetera, for that piece of equipment. And you still need to provide a turning space of 60 inches or the T-shaped space to be able to get someone that comes into the room, has to turn around and be able to get out of the room. And you must have all the door clearances, everything like that as well. So here's some examples. The picture on the right is depicting an exam table that may be in an emergency department that has clearances on both sides of the table that is actually required, whereas the one on the left is a non-emergency environment where the clearances is only required at one side of the table or chair. But we're always looking for that 36 inches. And you can see here they have the turnaround space. They also have the door clearances, the push and pull. Those are all required. If you note that the sink is not accessible because that is not intended for public use. So patient changing area shall comply with a changing area for the locker rooms and the benches, as well as have the right number of accessible lockers. All hand washing fixtures typically are considered, need to be accessible. Again, looking back at the photo, not required to be, but in the hospitals, they are for the hand washing fixture, lavatories, and the different locations. The difference between a lavatory and a sink is a lavatory is intended for washing of hands or your face. A sink is for equipment. The exception to this rule is scrub sinks. They do not have to be accessible. And built-in cabinets and work surfaces shall be accessible in patient rooms, including their wardrobes, their stations, administrative centers, reception desks. So basically where, again, this is like the common use areas. The only exception to this is a individual workstation does not need to be made accessible, but access to that station is. So that wraps it up for this segment. And we're going to go into Q&A if we have any, and then we're going to take a quick break and then come back and continue. So Caesar.
Yeah, I will go ahead. Thank you, Richard, for that. I'm going to go ahead and read a question that was answered already, but I think it's beneficial for the rest to hear the answer to this. The question was, if a building is turned into an OSHPD 1R, does it need to meet local jurisdiction requirements?
The 1R buildings remain under HCAI jurisdiction and do not need to meet local building code requirements. It is still an OSHPD building. It is still actually a hospital building. And that's why it is still exempt from the energy code requirements, because healthcare facilities currently are exempt from remodel requirements for energy. So the 1R buildings remain in HCAI jurisdiction and do not need anything to go to the locals. The exception to that is if there's any aesthetic work being done to the outside that the planning department may need to see. I do want to answer a question that was asked earlier that I thought was a good question, if I may.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So basically the question is, are patients that are receiving dialysis or infusion treatment ever considered incapable of self-preservation, which might trigger occupancy to change from a B to an I2? That's actually a good question. The answer is yes, but it is based on the more than 5 incapable of self-preservation. Dialysis and infusion are treated pretty much the same. And if you have more than 5 stations for either dialysis or infusion, that would trigger that area to become an I2.1.
And that's a nice segue to the hook for you to come back Thursday for part 2 of this presentation, where we will go through that requirement in very specific detail and explain the genesis for these requirements.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and add to that, Gary. Thank you for that. If you haven't done so, jump onto our website and register for that part 2, Thursday, May 18th, starting at 1 p.m. So if you haven't registered for that, please do so if you're still interested in the information. So thank you for that, Gary. So next question, if you all are ready for the next question.
Yes, I am.
All right. The question reads: a client is requesting a new standalone clinic building to meet OSHPD 3 requirements as part of a master plan in preparation for future licensed clinics to occupy the space. There will not be any licensed clinics occupying the new building to start. How would the process work for this condition?
Good question. Basically, you want to build the shell of that building to OSHPD 3 requirements. That way, when you add the tenant spaces, I'm assuming it's going to be multiple tenants, or even if it's one, you add the tenant space, you already have a good head start on being compliant with OSHPD 3. And actually, each individual tenant space does not need to meet OSHPD 3. It depends how that tenant space is being licensed as well. But if you start with a good foundation, if you will, kind of cliche, you already have a good starting point. You're starting with the right HVAC system. You're starting with the right plumbing system. Those are be the biggest impacts to doing that for expanding later. And if they are going to be all one occupancy, you're well on your way. What you don't want to do is start non-OSHPD 3 and have to convert it back later. And I'll let anybody else expand on that if they want.
No, I think you nailed it. Cedars-Sinai actually had built a new facility, and originally we were proceeding along with that same line, thinking it wouldn't be licensed, and then during design rethought that and knew that there would be some of the tenant space that would need to meet OSHPD 3 and would be licensed. And so, we kind of did a step back and did a quick review of everything and added the infrastructure that we knew would be required for OSHPD 3 when the building was being built. And then as the tenants came in later, it was already in place.
Yeah, it's a perfect example. There was a question earlier on also about, oh gosh, I just drew a blank. I have to find it. Never mind. Go on.
Richard, on this title topic, we see a lot of savvy developers that they develop the shell for their urgent care and other type of facilities, but they plan it very early on.
Yeah, that's the perfect way to do it. Unfortunately, we get a lot of phone calls after the fact. We built it, we tried to get it licensed, and they're telling us we're not OSHPD 3 or nobody will sign off on it. And if nobody will sign off on it, it means that it wasn't reviewed to it. It wasn't inspected to OSHPD 3. So nobody's going to take that risk. Now you can have it surveyed and have someone certify it's OSHPD 3, but only if it's not a specialty clinic. What I was going to say earlier, there was a question about, can you have a surgical clinic that's not licensed or a clinic that's not licensed? Answer is there's different levels of licensure. So yes, you can have a non-licensed clinic, and it can be a surgical clinic. It's just basically, rather than being licensed through the state, it's certified through the county. And it does restrict the reimbursements.
So given that we're going back to jurisdictional questions, there was a question earlier that I didn't get to, and if I'd like to read it, the question reads, if HCAI is requiring local jurisdiction to sign the CDPH 270 form, and the local jurisdictions are refusing to sign the 270 form, are we now required to send all drawings to HCAI for review?
It depends. It depends on the scenario. If it's a primary care clinic, by law, we're not supposed to do it, but we're also not going to let someone dangle after the fact and not do it. We have certain jurisdictions that absolutely refuse to sign the Form 270 by CDPH, even though they did the plan review and they did the construction inspection. But yes, you would have to submit a set of drawings to us because we don't know what was reviewed. We don't know what was built. So yeah, it's an examination from our side because we're starting at the back end. Normally you want to have that conversation with the local jurisdictions beforehand and know what you need. Know that you need OSHPD 3 review, know that you need inspections to OSHPD 3, and know that you need a certification at the end of the project to state that it was built to in compliance with those OSHPD 3 drawings. If that happens to you, you need to call us, but it gets very messy. It is difficult.
So when it comes to OSHPD 3 buildings and nurse call systems, the question reads, standalone OSHPD 3 building requires code blue nurse call and procedure rooms. CEC requires code blue and continuously monitored. If this monitor is chosen to be done in the adjacent OSHPD 1 PBX, would this now put the standalone OSHPD 3 building under OSHPD 1 purview?
The answer is no to your question, but there's definitely some mistaken information in there. A primary care clinic does not require nurse call at all. There's a belief out there that it is required in the patient toilets. Now, the nurse call is based on the occupancy. So if it's a surgical clinic, yeah, you're going to need a nurse call. If you're a primary care clinic, dental clinic, psychology clinic, you do not need nurse call anywhere in that facility. But the answer to your question is if you use the nurse call from the hospital into the clinic, that does not make it an OSHPD 1. You can do that. You can't go the other way, but you can go that way. Again, I'll open up to any other comments.
Okay, being that there's none, I'll go ahead and ask the next question. And Richard and Gary, David, this may be just an opinional question with your asking for an opinion. But the question reads, for the toilet room requirements, backcheck comments have been received during AHJ review over whether this applies to multi-user restrooms adjacent to waiting areas as well, or as we, the architect, argued, just for single-use patient toilet rooms. Can you clarify?
I would need more information to answer that. What's required in a clinic building is that you have public toilets, staff toilets, and patient toilets. But it's going to depend on the occupancy. It's going to depend on the number of staff. It's going to depend on the number of exam rooms. You are allowed to use public toilets that are in a public lobby in a building where you have multiple tenants. So yeah, more information would be needed. You can write us at regsunit.hci.gov, and we can answer that question if you provide some more information.
Yeah, again, thank you for that, Richard. If you have a specific question about something you're dealing with, feel free to send us an email over to that email address, regsunit@hci.ca.gov. Again, I know that we're getting into some of the specifics, but the presentation does offer itself to specific questions. So I do want to continue with the questions here. The question reads, can the owner of a clinic decide on their own whether or not they want to be a licensed facility, knowing they would not be reimbursed by Medicare, et cetera?
Yeah, that's the owner's call. That's why the first question out of my mouth is, how are you licensing it? Because that's going to be based, all my answers are based on that answer. So that's the first thing. And it's surprising how many individuals I talk to do not know how they're going to license it. So that's very important. But yeah, it's up to the owner or the physician's group or whoever's running it to decide how it's going to be licensed.
All right.
And there's definitely a movement to get away from licensing surgical clinics specifically, because they're not required to be licensed, but they are required to be accredited. And so accreditation brings along a whole host of other requirements and references to some of the same standards that are being found for OSHPD 3, like compliance with ASHRAE 170 and so on, which we'll talk about later. So just saying we're not going to be licensed means we don't have to comply with OSHPD 3 is certainly a true enough statement, but there are still a whole host of requirements that are required to make these facilities safe for patients and public that are coming into the buildings.
Great, thank you for that. Next question here. We have several more to go, so I'll try to get through these as fast as possible. Is there any requirement for the installment for soap, cleaning supplies, disinfecting wipes? And this is for clarification, this is for the exam room.
Not from Title 24. I don't know about Title 22. I seriously doubt it. There is requirements for a hand washing station, and which requires soap, paper towels, etc. There is no requirement that I know of for any type of disinfectant type hand washing thing at this point. If anything, they're trying to replace the hand washing sink with that, and that's not allowed. Gary?
No, I have no knowledge.
All right, next question reads, if a freestanding OSHPD 3 MRI unit is provided outside a hospital, can it rely on the hospital for support spaces, toilet, staff facility, med, and not provide those within its enclosure and still comply with OSHPD 3?
You talking about a trailer?
Sounds like they're referring to a mobile unit, yes.
We don't know what's inside a mobile unit. We only approve the location and the hookups. So the answer would be no, there's no other requirements from our point of view.
But as a rule, when those are associated with a hospital and they're going to be relying on the hospital services, they're going to be licensed under the hospital license.
Correct.
And a lot of that ties back to reimbursement.
All right. Question reads, nothing in OSHPD 3 requires seismic bracing, even though they may have surgical areas, correct?
There's seismic bracing requirements for non-hospital buildings that would still have to be met.
We actually have a slide for that later on this afternoon.
Yeah, we'll wait for that.
All right, moving on.
Just because it's not OSHPD 3 doesn't mean there's no requirements for Anchorage. That doesn't mean there's no requirements for additional healthcare requirements, as Gary was mentioning earlier, for ventilation, for all that stuff. For exiting, there's a lot of things that still apply to a non-licensed healthcare facility. If it says OSHPD 3 in the building code, those are just above and beyond that.
All right, the next question deals with accessible features. And the question or the ask for clarification is, please confirm the statement that sinks in exam rooms do not need to be accessible as they are not for public use.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
The question reads, please confirm the statement that sinks in exam rooms do not need to be accessible as they are not for public use.
I'm double questioning that as well. When I said it, I was thinking, but typically the sinks and exam rooms are not accessible.
Okay, and the next
Back to you.
question by someone else kind of points to code section 11B 203.9 as employee workstations.
Yeah, that's kind of where it is because there are employee workstations for the exam room. Again, the sink in the exam room is primarily for the staff. But I am second guessing that from the diagrams, they're not accessible. But a hand washing sink, basically all of them by definition are supposed to be accessible. So I'm going to look into that.
So for the person that asked the question, if you could please send an email over to regsunit@hci.ca.gov, we can definitely have an answer for you after a little bit more research, and we'd be happy to pick up the phone and have a discussion if that's something that would be easier for you as well. Again, that's regsunit@hci.ca.gov. The next question dealing with accessibility, the question reads, regarding accessibility, do fire extinguisher cabinets need to be compliant? The fire extinguisher itself, I doubt, would be compliant, pulling a pin and squeezing the handle, for instance. So it's weird that the cabinet would need to be.
And that's why we have Nancy here.
Thank you, Richard. That's interesting. Question, but that is an interesting question. But yes, there are the requirements in Chapter 11 for that accessibility requirement for it, for the cabinet.
Yeah, I agree with her.
Perfect. Again, please use that email that we were throwing out at you several times to clarify. We'd be happy to provide more clarification in writing that way. Next question dealing with dialysis patients. Can you clarify whether dialysis and infusion patients are treated as incapable of self-preservation?
And I'll take this one. This is, again, we're going to cover this in detail in session 2 on Thursday, but the simple answer is yes. Because they are considered incapable of unassisted self-preservation, which is the criteria for the state fire marshal, even though they only need like a quick clamp cut, that's deemed to be incapable of unassisted self-preservation.
Great, thank you, Gary, for that. We have 4 more questions, including the one I'm about to ask, and then we can move on. Does interventional radiology fall under 1250 or 1226.5.5?
Interventional would be under 1224.
Um, 1250 is a health and safety code section that, if we're referring to the section 1250 for licensing requirements, that's a health and safety law requirement, which is not the same as 1224 or 1226. So
Right.
I'm not sure if that's what the question's asking.
Yeah, 1250 is pharmacies in the building code.
Right.
All right, and next question, do all 1226.4 general construction requirements apply to all 1226 clinics or only if referred to by specific clinic section?
General construction, 1226.4.
1226.4 general construction requirements.
They apply to everything that under clinics. That's why they're in 1224.4. And a lot of other sections that they don't apply will state they do not apply, but otherwise they point back to that. If I'm understanding the question correctly.
Yeah, the question reads, do all 1226.4 general construction requirements apply to all 1226 clinics?
Yes.
Okay. Second to last question we have here, if separate patient, staff, and public toilets required, does that imply minimum 6 single occupancy toilets?
5. 2 staff, 2 public, and 1 patient minimum. Now, there are exceptions to that. Again, if there's a shared lobby with public restrooms, you can count those 2 restrooms as your public toilets. You do not have to provide additional ones. If you have 4 or less exam rooms, the patient can actually use the public toilets. If you have less than, I don't want to say 6 staff, full-time staff at any one shift, you can get by with a single employee staff restroom. So again, it all depends on the situation. But typically 5 is the minimum. Unless you're a very, very small clinic.
Great, thank you, Richard. And last question before we move on. The question reads, for hand washing fixtures, do all need to be hands-free? Is wrist blade acceptable per 210.0 from a previous HCAI seminar?
If that's what they said, then yeah, that hasn't changed in a long time.
All right. All right. Thank you all for answering the questions. The presenter, I hand it over to you.
It's break time.
I think we're going to take a 10-minute break. You'll see a countdown timer coming up here in a minute with some very soothing music, which in hindsight was probably a bad idea because it might put you the rest of the way to sleep if we haven't done that already. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you all for your questions. This has been really, really, really good. Thanks. All right, 10 minutes. That went by fast, didn't it? And apologies because I mentioned that there was soothing music that went with the countdown timer, but apparently I didn't click the little box that broadcast my sound. So if you're falling asleep, it's not because of the music. It can only be attributed to the presenters. But with that in mind, I'm going to move forward next with mechanical requirements. For the rest of the presentation, and much of what we've already talked about, Richard and David both alluded to the fact that this presentation is going to cover the OSHPD 3 specific requirements, which means there's a presumption that you have an understanding of what the non-OSHPD 3 or the title, what we'll call the Title 24 requirements already are. So these are the things that are unique and special and above and beyond what we would characterize as the typical Title 24 requirements for all buildings. So with that in mind, I'll start with some general requirements. The provisions of this code, the mechanical code, apply to construction, alteration, remodel, for instance, movement, enlargement, replacement, repair, equipment use and occupancy, location, maintenance, removal, and demolition of every building or structure or any appurtenances connected to the building throughout the state. So this obviously covers the mechanical code requirements for OSHPD 3 as well as the other occupancies. And specifically, item number 13 under 1132 is general acute care hospitals, acute psychiatric hospitals, skilled nursing care, and then clinics licensed by Department of Public Health or OSHPD 3. So this is the specific tie-in that puts these OSHPD 3 mechanical code requirements in front of you. Jumping to 320.3, these are a specific section called requirements for outpatient facilities and licensed clinics. These are things that are in the mechanical code that are unique to these facilities. 320.3.1 basically says that the system has to be designed to provide temperature and humidities for sensitive areas for the room showed in Table 4A. We'll build on that a little bit. But so this is a design requirement. Your design has to take into account and meet temperature and humidity requirements for sensitive areas. With that in mind, generally speaking, some sort of emergency power is going to be required for surgical clinics. And when we get into the electrical code section, we'll break that out specifically. But here's a mechanical code requirement, basically driving a requirement for emergency power. 321 says during periods of power outages, essential electric power shall be provided for the following equipment. And I don't want to read all the equipment, humidification equipment, supply return exhaust for positive and negative air balances, controls, alarms, heating and fans for sensitive areas. Oh, sensitive areas, what is a sensitive area? 322 defines it and basically says these are, for the purposes of this code, sensitive areas. Operating rooms, hybrid ORs, cystoscopy, cardiac cath, trauma, cardiac rooms, delivery rooms, C-section rooms, gastro or endoscopy procedure rooms, PACUs, newborn nurseries, newborn ICUs, regular ICUs, and then burn units. All of these uses would be considered sensitive areas and require thermostats and humidistats that keep the room in the normal balance, capable of maintaining the room within the temperature ranges specified in Table 4A, which we'll look at a little bit. It goes on to say that lower or higher temperatures are permitted for comfort. So Table 4A isn't a maximum or minimum temperature that the building can be. This is basically just a design criteria, if you will. Humidity ranges in Table 4A are minimum and maximum, however, where they're specifically needed. So when these rooms are out of those thresholds above or below, and problems and disease can become apparent. Jumping to Chapter 4. So a lot of the requirements and quite honestly, a lot of the cost of OSHPD 3 is centered on mechanical, electrical, and a little bit of the plumbing. So this is where these requirements come from if you're not already familiar with them. 40212 talks about mechanical ventilation for healthcare facilities and references ASHRAE 170. So now I have a mechanical code, a California code, and a Table 4A that needs to be balanced with ASHRAE 170. And it goes on to say where ventilation rates are not specified in Table 4A, then they have to have the minimum ventilation and air change rates in the ASHRAE standard 62.1. Where areas are with prescribed ventilation rates in 62.1 and Table 4A exists, then the higher of the two has to be used. So when there's a conflict, in this case, it says the higher of the two rates has to be used. And supply air, return air, exhaust air has to also comply with ASHRAE 170. So two distinct standards here that you need to be familiar with. 406 is evaporative cooler systems for healthcare facilities. This is sort of a uncommon potential, but they do have them out there. And basically it's saying that you can use evaporative coolers where the air directly contacts wetted surfaces or spray, but it has to be limited to non-patient areas, laundry rooms, food prep, boiler, machinery rooms, etc. They're not permitted in any other locations, and then there's some requirements for evaporative pads and so on. 40711 says all supply air, return air, and exhaust air systems shall be mechanically operated, and such systems for areas listed in Table 4A shall be operated continuously. This is an interesting requirement because it is often misinterpreted to mean certain different things. For instance, during a fire emergency when dampers closed, I've had engineers tell me that this section requires the fans to continue to operate even during fire conditions. Well, that's not what this says. This is during normal conditions and certainly is required for these pressure relationships. Natural ventilation through windows or other openings such as louvers can be considered as supplemental, but the mechanical system is required as a minimum. Natural ventilation cannot be used in airborne infection isolation rooms. Pressure relationships within the surrounding rooms has to be maintained, and when the air changes per hours are reduced. So at night or when there are no patients around, these rates can be reduced, but there has to be the air changes and the pressure relationships do have to be maintained. Ventilation shall not be reduced in rooms specifically used for airborne infection isolation rooms, waiting rooms, triage rooms, corridors, reception areas, areas adjacent to waiting areas, airborne infection isolation rooms, negative pressure exam rooms, negative pressure x-ray treatment rooms, and protective environment rooms. So even though some of the areas can have the ventilation rates reduced, these areas have to be maintained at all times. All operating rooms and delivery rooms shall maintain a minimum of 6 air changes per hour, 24/7, whether the room is in use or not. Fan serving exhaust systems have to be located at the discharge end of the system. This is not a new requirement. This has been around for a long time. So the exhaust fan needs to be at the discharge end, and the exhaust duct should be negative. If the exhaust fan is not at the discharge end, then that duct can become pressurized, and depending on what we're sucking out, could get, leaks in the duct could get pushed into the building. So very, very not good. Outdoor intakes. This is probably one of the plan check comments that I see most of the time as far as unfamiliarity with air handling units and where they go and the relationship to outdoor air intakes. They have to be 25 feet from exhaust outlets of ventilating systems, combustion equipment stacks, medical surgical vacuum systems, cooling towers, areas that may collect vehicular exhaust or other noxious fumes. Plumbing vents have to be located in relation to outdoor air intakes in accordance with the plumbing code, which we'll talk about. And the bottom of outdoor intakes have to be located as high as practicable, but not less than 10 feet above ground level. If installed above the roof, they have to be located 18 inches above the roof level or 3 foot above a flat roof where heavy snowfall is anticipated. So this is something to pay close attention to and requires you as a designer to get out and walk the building, get out and climb on the roof look at things and find out what's out there, because invariably, if your plans get approved and then this gets discovered, where you start seeing an air handling unit that has an air intake right next to a plumbing outlet or some other discharge exhaust, this is going to be problematic. Here's a way of extending that particular plumbing vent further away if necessary. 40722 talks about exhaust systems and exhaust outlets. They have to be located a minimum of 10 feet above the adjoining grade and 10 feet from doors, occupied areas, and operable windows. So this requires a certain amount of attention as well. If these are operating windows or openable windows, this needs to be taken into account where this exhaust discharges. Ventilation systems have to be balanced, designed and balanced to provide general air balance relationships shown in Table 4A. So what are we talking about? Here's an example, one portion of Table 4A that speaks specifically to operating rooms, and you can kind of get a flavor for what this is saying. A lot of information here. First off, operating room has to be positive. So the relationship to adjacent areas has to be positive. There has to be a minimum of 4 air changes per hour and a minimum total of 20 air changes per hour for the room, unless the system is 100% outside air, then it can bump down to 12 air changes per hour. No requirement for it to be exhausted directly to the outdoors, and recirculating that room to other rooms is not permitted. And then here are some design humidity and temperature criteria that you need to take into account when designing these systems. As you design the mechanical systems in healthcare facilities, the general premise is, and this is in the code, the ventilation system has to be designed to provide air movement generally from clean to dirty or less clean. That's the whole premise of infection control. In operating rooms, we take this to a kind of a next level though. In air supplied to operating rooms, C-section rooms, cardiac cath rooms, cystoscopy rooms, delivery rooms, nurseries, etc., the air has to be applied at or near the ceiling. And these areas and in morgues and autopsy rooms have all the air removed from the floor level. So much like the picture shows, we're trying to get this laminar effect to keep infectious items pushed down to the floor and not recirculated within the rooms. Those recirculation or those exhaust inlets have to be located 3 to 8 inches above the finished floor, except in morgues where the exhaust goes through the autopsy table. And at least 2 exhaust or recirculation air inlets have to be used in all cardiac cath labs, cystoscopy rooms, operating rooms, and delivery rooms. So it should look something like this. You want to have supply coming from the ceiling and that laminar flow pushing the exhaust down to the bottom with 2 exhausts in each of the rooms. Corridors, one of my favorite sections. This section of the code has evolved over the years because originally the code said corridor shall not be used to convey supply, return, or air exhaust to or from any room if the corridor is required to be fire-resistant construction, period. But now we went back to Table 4A a minute ago and it says, well, I have to have rooms that are sometimes positive or sometimes negative in relation to these surrounding areas. So we did put in some exceptions to the rule. Exception number 2 in particular, air transfer caused by pressure differentials in rooms that are required to have positive or negative air balances by Table 4A don't have to comply specifically with this requirement. But this is a mechanical code requirement. What about the building code, or what about fire code and means of egress? Well, we did actually fix that recently, and this is section 1026.6 from the building code that says the same thing. Corridor shall not serve as supply, return, exhaust, relief, or ventilation ducts. And then 2 exceptions: air transfer required to maintain pressurization within healthcare facilities, and specifically for OSHPD, it says go see the mechanical code. So we did coordinate those 2 finally, although for many years that was not the case. Probably one of the big ticket items for clinics for OSHPD 3. No space above a ceiling may be used as an outside air, relief air, supply air, exhaust air, or return air plenum. Ducted exhaust and ducted returns are required. No above the ceiling plenums are allowed in these. And this is probably one of the biggest items that will add a significant amount of cost to your facility and probably be one of the more difficult issues to overcome if you're obtaining or getting a clinic or trying to convert an existing building to a OSHPD 3 clinic. Air from patient rooms, exam rooms, or treatment rooms shall not be transferred to another room without first having passed through filters. Table 4B and 4C, we'll talk about that. And then supply outlets and return and exhaust air inlets have to be located to prevent short circuiting. So this is when I have a supply at the ceiling and a return at the ceiling, they need to be far enough apart that we get that flow. We get that kind of that laminar flow. It's preferred to have the supply at the head of the bed and perhaps the return on the other end of the bed, the other end of the room to get that to flow that air across. When I have filters, that previous section referred to filters, a filter gauge is required on each filter bank, and it requires also a red line or a filter alarm light that indicates when that maximum static pressure has been reached because of blocked or dirty filters. Excuse me. Table 4B was referenced earlier, and it has some of the requirements for filter efficiency, number of filter banks, and so on. So you can see the rooms in purple are the typical kind of critical care areas for healthcare facilities, operating rooms, et cetera. They have to have a minimum of 2 filter banks. We want to get ultimately a 90% filter efficiency, or you can use MERV 14 filters to achieve this requirement. Somebody asked earlier about bracing and anchorage of equipment. 409.4 specifically refers you to the building code for bracing or anchorage and supporting structural elements for ducts. You'll see the same thing in the plumbing code. If your clinic has laboratories, NFPA 99 is specifically adopted for laboratories. So a whole bunch of special requirements in NFPA 99, particularly for fume hoods. There are specific face velocity requirements that are needed to make sure that workers are maintained in a safe environment. The 75 feet per minute is a minimum. The exhaust has to be separated from the building exhaust, and or said differently, the fume hood has to be dedicated. Exhaust fan has to be located at the discharge end, just like all other exhaust duct systems. When using unusual chemicals, ducts may need to be non-combustible, corrosion resistant, etc., as required based on what's being used in the hood. Moving right along, airborne infection isolation rooms. While we don't see these too much in clinics, theoretically you might have pre-op or post-op areas that have these sorts of rooms in them. So 414, 415, 416, 417 have requirements for airborne infection isolation rooms, the requirements for alarms, and the specific requirements for testing and balancing. The basic premise is that we're trying to achieve a negative relationship in this room in relation to the empty room that leads to it, which is positive compared to the room as well as to the corridor. So this is kind of a delicate little dance, a little balance that goes along to achieve this. Here's that example earlier I mentioned of short circuiting, although I think I said it backwards where I had the supply at the head. The supply should go towards the foot and return at the head of the bed to kind of keep that flow going. Under Chapter 6 for duct systems, here's a second reference to plenums. The basic requirement in 602 says, concealed building spaces or independent construction within buildings shall be permitted to be used as ducts or plenums, but the exception says, in healthcare facilities, concealed spaces shall not be permitted to be used as ducts or plenums. So Just a reminder or a second reference. Flexible ducts. This is also a hospital-specific things that cannot exceed more than 10 feet in length. May be used to connect supply, return, or exhaust to rigid duct systems. Where constant volume, variable volume, or mixing boxes are used, then a flexible duct not more than 10 foot may be used on the inlet side, and an internal impervious liner must be provided to keep the insulating materials out of the airstream. Very important. Cold air ducts shall be insulated wherever necessary to prevent condensation. So this is a requirement not only for hospitals, but for other areas as well. But for surgical clinics, the thermal acoustical lining shall not be installed within the terminal boxes, sound traps, or other in-duct systems serving areas such as operating rooms, C-section rooms, delivery rooms, PACUs, cystoscopy, cardiac catheters, all these rooms. These acoustical lining materials are not permitted in those rooms because the glass can often be very dangerous to the patients. In 607, while perforated ceilings are permitted for most occupancies, 607.11 says ventilated ceilings are not permitted in healthcare facilities. And this is an infection control item just the same as return plenums. When the automatic 605.8, so this is going to talk about smoke detector closure. And there's some misconstrued interpretations of this. When automatic activation of a smoke detector or combination fire smoke damper occurs, the basic premise is that the HVAC system serving the damper has to shut down immediately. That's not always a good thing, right? If it's an airborne infection isolation room, or if it's an operating room or something, we don't necessarily want those areas shutting down. So item number 3 says where analysis demonstrates shutoff would create a greater hazard, this doesn't necessarily need to occur. And then 609.1 has a whole bunch of requirements for shutting down air handling units in excess of 2,000 cubic feet per minute. I'm not going to read all this to you. Not much of this has changed over the years, although the location where the duct smoke detector goes that shuts down the system changes, it seems like every code cycle. And I believe there's a new requirement coming in the next code cycle. So be sure to read the code. A bunch of exceptions that don't require the air handling system to shut off. Obviously, if it's air moving equipment served by a total coverage smoke detection system, and the air handling system is part of smoke control, you don't want it to shut off. Not required where occupied rooms have direct exits to the exterior, and so on. I'm not going to read all of these. That's it. That's my down and dirty for mechanical code. I'm going to pass the hat now to David to go through some plumbing code requirements.
Thank you, Gary, for handling this presentation so far. I've been listening, and you went through a very complicated topic very quickly. Plumbing is next to the mechanical in any building, obviously, and you can't have basically any building without plumbing system. Plumbing system brings water, waste, vent, gas lines, some process piping into the picture. But one thing that in a medical facilities or any building, we always want to make sure that we design to or we are aware of is the leak. First thing that is being discussed here in a OSHPD 3 occupancy is prohibited fittings and practices. Drainage piping over operating rooms or delivery rooms, food preparation, food serving facilities, food storage, and other sensitive areas shall be kept to a minimum and shall not be exposed. Special precautions shall be taken to protect these areas from possible leakage for necessary overhead drainage piping systems. Piping over switchboard, panel boards, and motor control centers are subject to the restrictions of California Electrical Code. Obviously, a hospital or medical facility is designed for long duration. And during the life of these buildings, any leak like that, if a design professional can prevent it, will save a lot of headaches, and it's a good practice. Same thing with floor drains. Obviously, sanitation is a big part of what we do, what we need to be concerned with in the medical facilities. In OSHPD 1, 3, 4, and 5 facilities, the floor drain areas with self-priming may be installed in certain rooms. Floor drains shall not be installed in pharmacy, compounding, buffer, or anterooms. That's general design guide. Plumbing code has got obviously tables that specify the number of the fixtures. Table 4.1, 4-2, 4-3, and 4-4 identify the fixtures based on the nature of occupancies. Surgical rooms, they need to have, or other type of facilities like anesthesia workrooms, they have to have certain number of the hand wash fixtures, scrub sinks, certain number of toilet rooms, and bathtubs, as you can see. So there are 4 tables in the plumbing code that basically specify all that. Disabled access or bathroom signage is also important. And as Richard indicated, in medical facilities, water closets are looked at from the standpoint of patients, patrons that they visit the place, and staff. And they are generally separated for the medical reasons and purposes. So separate toilet facilities shall be provided for use of patients, staff, and visitors. And accordingly, there are requirements on those tables for the lobby areas, visitor areas, patient rooms, and also for personnel. Oops. In addition to California Building Code, Section 12.24 and 12.26 contain specific toilets, hand washing fixtures, and drinking fountain requirements. For outpatient waiting rooms, primary care clinics, radiology and imaging centers, and surgical clinics. PEX pipe is allowed to be used for water piping, but there is quite a bit of restrictions and requirements on making sure the pipes are flushed and clean. The pipe system shall be first flushed for at least 10 minutes and then filled and allowed to stand for not less than 1 week, after which all branches of a pipe system must be flushed, long enough to fully empty the volume of the water in that system. These provisions shall not apply to the installation of PEX pipe where it replaces an existing pipe system of any material. In other words, if you change a piece of PEX pipe, that component, that piece needs to be tested to make sure it's not contained any bacteria and it's clear, but not the entire system. Usage of different type of piping for water supply is referenced in the tables 604.1 for supply of the water distribution piping. Obviously, water piping in buildings, in medical facilities are potable water. So the potable water needs to be identified clearly from the non-potable water. So there's no matching of the water lines or pipe systems. So there's a very rigorous marking of the pipes at the medical facilities. Paying attention to the dielectric, metallic components are very critical in any plumbing system, any piping system. So, for instance, PEX, plastic tubing and fittings, joining methods shall be installed in accordance with the manufacturer installations. Right couplings, right fittings have to be used so the unsymmetrical metal materials don't impact each other. All PEX pipe installed in California must provide at least 30 days UV protection. Installation of use of PEX tubing shall be in accordance with the manufacturer standards. PEX piping shall not be used for any application that would result in non-compliance of any provisions of the California Building Code. Fittings for PEX tubing shall comply with the applicable standards referenced in Table 604.1. PEX tubing that complies with the ASTM 876 shall be marked with the applicable standard designation for fittings. Brass fitting used with PEX tubing shall meet or exceed NSF 14-2009 standards. Basically, we see a lot of PEX piping nowadays being installed for both hot and cold water. PEX is not considered plastic, so it's allowed in buildings, in OSHPD 3 buildings. Versus, for instance, ABS and PVCs are not allowed in buildings. In order to control and be able to maintain the with various fixtures, the shut-off valves have to be accessible at the right locations so the systems could be shut off, turned off, or to be reinstalled or maintained. Each riser or branch shall be provided with an accessible sectionalizing valve in hot and cold water systems to permit servicing or replacement of the piping and equipment. Stop valves shall be provided at each fixture, obviously. Disinfection of the potable water system. New and repaired potable water system shall be disinfected prior to use where required by the local jurisdiction. Prior to utilization of the newly constructed or altered potable water piping system, all affected potable water piping shall be disinfected per the California Plumbing Code. The method to be followed shall be prescribed by the health authority. Obviously, health department or local agency have a lot of say-so on signing off the jobs, and they play a big role in water piping testing. Test result has to be submitted to them before they sign off, and accordingly, the billing department can sign off. The way it works, we all know mostly, the billing department is a clearing house for other agencies at the local agency. Fire department, sometimes police department, health department, they need to sign off on these projects before building and safety can sign off on the project. Same thing with OSHPD 3 projects. Moving on, I don't want to read all these things to you either. There's an important topic here to recognize that the domestic hot water distribution in a medical facility is needed and need to be duplicated. In other words, most of medical facilities, they have to have two systems of hot water systems. There are some exemptions to the rule. For instance, instantaneous heaters are permitted for supplying hot water for hand washing and bathing fixtures if a continuous mechanical recirculation system is also provided. But generally, we need to have two sources of water heater or heated water. And if the tanks are separated, we need to have a double tanks to make sure we have the adequate heating system and adequate water supply for the two systems. Temperature control on hot water is also critical. The temperature that normally is used for patients range between 105 to 120 Fahrenheit. If the temperature goes over 125 degrees Fahrenheit, an audible visual device for high temperature alarm shall annunciate at the continuously occupied location. So you don't want patients who are vulnerable to get hurt because of very warm water. So the restrictions and requirements in code. A diagram of all piping as installed shall be posted at the nurses station and equipment room for all multi-station and central dialysis units. Speaking of dialysis units, obviously, series of group of patients are connected, and the use of water system helps them purify their blood. They may be under that kind of treatment, so monitoring of the water flow that provide safe health to these patients is critical, and a continuous alarm audible system shall be provided if the water velocity is not maintained to protect the patients. I mentioned this already on identification of potable and non-potable water lines. Obviously, in any medical facility, there are non-potable water lines that are produced because of process piping or some kind of medical treatments. Last thing in a medical facility needs to happen if the cross-connection happens between potable and non-potable water. Non-potable water shall not be piped for drinking, washing, or bathing, washing of clothing, cooking, washing of food, washing of cooking and eating utensils, washing of the food preparation or processing premises, or all other personal service rooms. Non-potable water systems carrying any other non-potable substance shall be installed so as to prevent backflow or back siphonage to the potable water system. Very critical. So we see a lot of backflows, preventers, and anti-siphon valves in the hospitals or medical facilities to prevent cross-contamination of the potable water. We already spoke about the identification of the lines. Drainage piping is another major part of the sanitation facility and pipes. No galvanized wrought iron or galvanized steel pipe shall be used underground or shall be kept not less than 6 inches above ground because of the reactions. ABS PVC for domestic water piping installation shall be installed in accordance with the applicable standards and reference of table 14.01. Please make a note that ABS and PVC installations are not allowed when it comes to sanitary drainage systems in HCAI 3. And that's something we see a lot in existing buildings that the owners want to convert them to medical facility. Table 701 has a listing of all sorts of underground drainage pipe, above drainage pipe, and building sewer materials that are allowed in construction for the HCAI facility, HCAI 3 facilities. Vents is also another part of any waste and vent system. Each vent shall terminate not less than 10 feet from or not less than 3 feet above any openable window, doors, openings, air intakes. That's very much paradigm across all building construction types. Each vent pipe shall terminate not less than 25 feet from any air intake or vent shaft. Storm drain should not be mixed with the sewer piping. So any rainfall or water runoff from the building, based on the water quality management programs that exist throughout California, they need to be filtered and collected on site. So roof water, water from the paving area, yards, courtyards, light wells, or any water runoff should not inundate storm system or sewer system, I should say. A stormwater system, it will be required. And they generally go through the local jurisdiction. Local jurisdictions, they have water quality management inspectors that they watch site developments for those purposes. One last note before we move away from the plumbing is any medical facility or most of medical facility has medical gas piping. So pipes, tubes, fittings for the medical gas needs to be per the plumbing code. A medical gas source system serving the various OSHPD buildings shall not be located in OSHPD 1R or OSHPD 3 building, but vice versa is allowed. In other words, if you have OSHPD 1R building, may be served by the piping that is served from OSHPD building. But bear in mind that if you have an OSHPD building, the medical gases and piping cannot come from the old building or OSHPD 3 building to the more advanced facility. Well, I have got to the end of the plumbing, and I think it's time for questions and answers.
Thank you, David. So we do have more questions. So thank you for having those questions keep coming. We really appreciate it, and hoping that we're getting the information to you. So the first question reads, I'm reading ahead in the slides and see that for isolation rooms, the pressure relationship for the anteroom should be positive in pressure relative to the corridor. But I think HCAI 170, the 2021 version, says negative. Could you clarify? HCAI 177.2 says if an anteroom is provided with a pressure relationship, shall be as follows. 1, all the rooms shall be negative pressure with respect to the anteroom, and 2, the anteroom shall be negative pressure with respect to the corridor.
Yeah, that's a really good, thank you for pointing that out. And as I was presenting that slide, I looked at it and said, that's not correct. And actually, Richard and I were trading text messages during David's presentation to clarify that's not the requirement. And I was going to actually bring that up right now as we were doing Q&A and clarify that slide that shows the anteroom is positive in relationship to the corridor is incorrect, and the anteroom is required to be negative in relationship to the corridor. So thank you for that.
Great, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the question. Next question reads, when patient training requires turning off air conditioning like dialysis home training, can a damper be installed in patient care area where ventilation is required? The damper would be used to suspend air conditioning for 10 to 15 minutes during the training.
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Why would you want to do that?
Yeah, great question. So that sounds like a great opportunity for the person who asked a question to send us an email. We can have that discussion offline, of course, being able to send us an email to that regsUnit@hci.ca.gov email address.
Yeah, I'm just not mechanically inclined that way, so I wouldn't know the specifics of your question.
All right. The next question reads, regarding corridors, the CMC specifically says fire resistive, quote unquote, rated corridors, but CBC 1020.6 does not indicate the same. If the corridor is not rated, can we use it to transfer air from a space not required by table 4A?
Well, the keyword, if it's not required to be rated, not if it's not rated. And this is an interesting distinction too that we'll talk a little bit about on Thursday, because corridors and healthcare facilities aren't really rated, are they? There's a California amendment that changes the table in section 1020 that requires in California corridors and high occupancies to be 1 hour fire resistant construction, but we allow the doors to be non-rated, the windows to be non-rated, et cetera. So the simple answer to that question is if the corridor is required to be rated, it cannot be used to convey air to or from the rooms unless it meets one of the exceptions.
Great, thank you for that, Gary. Next question, it's more of a clarifying question. Wasn't the 100% OSA system distinction removed from table 4A in 2019?
Don't know. I would have to go look.
Okay.
The tables that you see in this presentation are from the 2022 California Mechanical Code. So if it's in the table in this presentation, that's current.
All right, next question here. The question reads, in terms of temperature excursions, is there a general time frame guideline in which excursions need to be addressed based on the space, use, / location? In other words, if a space that stores room temperature supplies goes out of range for 10 to 20 minutes, 1 hour, is there a need for action to manually reduce the temperatures?
Interesting question. I read that question in the questions that were submitted. And I think the answer is it depends. Of course, it would depend obviously on what's being stored. It would depend on the use of the room. An operating room, for instance, or one of the critical care rooms can't really tolerate those out of balance relationships for very long, particularly if they're in use. Where a storeroom that's just housing linens wouldn't matter at all. So I know that's not a good answer to the question, but I think that the simple answer is it depends, and then a certain amount of common sense has to apply.
Great, thank you for that, Gary. Next question reads, can move and cool units be temporarily used with proper attachments in clinic space with the air exhausted through the drop ceiling tiles?
I'm not familiar with that moon unit, but if it's what I'm visualizing, if the ceiling is being used and I think this relates to the slides that says perforated ceilings are not permitted in healthcare facilities, but it's limited to the single room and doesn't share common spaces. Would that be permissible? I think this is one of those cases where, you have a code section that says this is prohibited, but your particular circumstance may be allowable. So that would be a conversation with the AHJ.
All right, we got 2 more questions to go here. For pure water piping, reverse osmosis, and deionized water that is used for SPD, scope wash, dialysis, and other systems, there are 3 common materials: electropolished stainless steel, polypropylene, and PVDV, because PP piping is not 25 to 50 rated. For OSHPD 3 facilities, it can be installed if the ceiling is not a plenum return, or does it need to be fire wrapped for the full developed length of the piping?
That's a great question too. And this gets into the NFPA 13 requirements and sprinkler requirements. In that particular section of the code that talks about the non-sprinkler concealed space above ceilings, has to be limited combustibles has evolved over the years as well, much like the requirement for corridor plenums. The code used to pretty much say that that space was non-combustible. Then it evolved and said, well, it can be limited combustible. And then limited combustible needed to be defined. And so a flame spread of less than 25, smoke development less than 450 was deemed to be limited combustible. But the CPVC pipes and all these other specialty plastic pipes can't meet that criteria. CPVC does, by the way, but those others do not. So the simple answer is it depends on what else is up there. Because if you had, for instance, just a single pipe running through that space, a single plastic pipe, the idea is that a fire that either originates or gets up into that non-sprinklered space can propagate and actually travel and come out behind firefighters. That would be a bad thing. So that's what this section of the code is trying to prevent. And if it was just a single pipe, likelihood is that wouldn't happen. But if there are other combustibles or limited combustibles up there that would also contribute to fuel load and this potential, then that would be prohibited. If, however, you wrap the pipe with a wrap material that reduces the flame spread, the surface burning characteristic to less than 50, then you're golden. Then you'll always be okay.
All right, thank you for that, Gary. Last question that we have here is, can you clarify if CPC 422.3.1 is saying there should be 3 separate toilet facilities, or 2? Patients, staff, and visitors, or patients, staff, and personnel?
Staff and personnel are the same. So it's public, staff, and patient. 3 groups.
Perfect. Okay. That takes us to the last question we have here. Again, we want to encourage you to keep typing those questions in. We'll get to those as soon as we can. All right, I handed the presentation over to you.
Sorry, I thought you were having one more.
No,
okay, we're on the downslope here. This the last couple sections, and these are actually a little shorter than the previous ones. So I think we'll be able to finish here pretty quickly. Electrical code requirements, obviously one of the bigger hazards to patients in healthcare facilities are electrical requirements, as well as stray electrical current. And so the requirements for healthcare facilities is obviously very specific, starting with 210.8, which talks about ground fault interrupter circuit protection. And this section requires GFCI in all these different locations. And the point of this particular slide that I wanted to bring out is you always see GFCI receptacles at sinks, but there is an exception in the electrical code that sometimes says a GFCI is not required in an OSHPD 3 or an OSHPD facility. So the blue bold down below says an OSHPD 3 surgical clinic includes bed locations in other areas that are considered critical care areas where GFCI protection is not required. So the point here is that GFCI might be required everywhere else, but in certain bed locations in general care or critical care areas, they may not be required. David started out our code presentation earlier talking about special electrical requirements, and so 517.13 brings into the concept of a special wiring requirements for patient care areas. And rather than read this whole thing, it basically says that branch circuits have to be provided with an effective ground fault current path by installation in a metal raceway or a cable having a metallic armor. The idea being that this metal raceway serves as that equipment grounding conductor, or what we refer to as a redundant ground path. So this is a special requirement for hospitals and patient areas. Then also for critical areas or circuits, critical circuits, 517.31C has some additional requirements that we'll talk about. But continuing on with 517.13, these are the things that need to be grounded. Obviously, the circuit has to be connected to an insulated copper equipment grounding conductor installed with the branch circuit. And the grounding terminals of all the receptacles have to be connected to it, exception isolated ground systems or isolated power systems. Metal boxes and enclosures have to be grounded. Non-current carrying conductive surfaces of fixed electrical equipment that may become energized need to be grounded. Metal faceplates need to be grounded by means of mounting screws that go into the metal yoke or part of the receptacle itself. Patient bed locations, or this is where we introduce the idea of a critical care space, requires at least 2 branch circuits, one from a critical branch and one or more from a normal system for each patient bed location. And now that we're going to get into the specifics, at least one branch circuit from the critical branch shall supply an outlet at that bed location. And the electrical receptacles or cover plates have to be identified as being supplied from life safety or critical and have a distinctive color marking. So this is not new. This is sort of common in healthcare that they have, these are what we like to call the red plugs, right? So the receptacles themselves or the faceplates have to be distinctive. All branch circuits from normal system have to be from a single panel board. So this is sort of special. No multi-wire branch circuits serving multiple rooms are permitted. Critical branch receptacles have to be identified in the same manner and indicate which panel board or circuit supplies them. 517.31C3, so this was the mechanical protection for the critical circuits, has special requirements. Where installed as a branch circuit, installation has to comply with 517.13A and B, which we just talked about, as well as this section. Only the following wiring methods are permitted for life safety and critical branch circuits. 1, non-flexible metal raceways, so EMT, rigid, etc. Number 2, encased in not less than 2 inches of concrete. Not doing that inside the building very much, but certainly could outside. Little footnote here or heads up, this does not qualify as a redundant ground path. So there needs to be an additional grounding conductor included. And then listed flexible metal raceways and listed metal sheath cable assemblies are permitted for the critical circuits, but only in these locations. And it's limited very specifically to these locations. Prefabricated head walls, listed office furniture. I like number C, you can fish into existing walls or ceilings that are not otherwise accessible, and not subject to any physical damage. So you can actually use flex for remodel work. Where necessary for flexible connection to equipment, where equipment that requires a flexible connection due to movement, vibration, etc. Lights in their ceiling structures. And then in OSHPD 3 surgery clinics, you can use flex wherever necessary to allow relative movement between immediate adjacent buildings. So this might be a seismic joint or a structural separation. 517.45 is going to introduce us to the essential electrical system requirements. And one of the basic premises of 517.45 says, if required by the governing body, the essential electrical distribution system for a category 3, which is a basic care patient space, shall be comprised of an alternative power system capable of supplying a limited amount of lighting and power for orderly cessation of procedures during the time normal electrical service is interrupted. This does not say an emergency generator, right? This doesn't say a 4-hour on-site supply. So this is talking about for non-critical areas, basic care areas, you can use batteries or some other electrical alternate source that only needs to operate for a limited amount of time. It could be minutes, it could be 10 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever it takes to finish whatever procedure happens to be in progress at this facility. However, where electrical life support equipment is required, the essential electrical distribution system has to be installed in accordance with 517, 29, and 30. So we'll talk a little bit about that. There are a couple of categories that the code is going to refer to, and these get a little confusing, but if you just break them down to the simplicity, they're pretty straightforward. Category 1 are critical care patient areas. So these are going to be operating rooms. These are going to be the areas where life-saving equipment is necessary and is in place. Category 2 would be general care patient care spaces, which could be present in your clinic, but where critical circuits are required. I put in here 3 transfer switches and 2 transfer switches for category 1 and category 2. So this would only apply where the emergency power system is 100 kVA or better. And we'll talk a little bit about, I have some diagrams that show that. 517.45 has a special requirement just for OSHPD 3. It says that ambulatory surgical centers shall be provided with a generator with an on-site fuel supply. Okay, so that's pretty clear. The previous section was a little fuzzy, right? But this is pretty straightforward and clear. If required, the alternate source has to comply with NFPA 99 for the electrical requirements in healthcare facilities. Again, like receptacles, cover plates for light switches and receptacles have to be a distinctive color if they're supplied from the emergency system and readily identifiable. And for OSHPD 3 ambulatory surgical clinics, the essential electrical system shall be as described in 529 through 517, 29 through 35. So we'll break some of those down as well. Section H of 517.45, however, talks about dialysis clinics, and it basically says illumination for means of egress and exit lights shall be provided, but you can use battery-operated equipment with a capacity of 90 minutes. So we're not talking about generators for dialysis clinics, but you do have to have some form of battery-operated emergency lighting and exit signs, etc. So 517.29, we sort of made a couple references to this already. 517.29 is the essential electrical system, and essentially it talks about an emergency power supply system that is broken into 3 separate branches, or what they call segregated power. The branches are life safety branch, critical branch, and equipment system branch. We'll talk a little bit about these and break them down and what the requirements are for each of these circuits. 517.30A says that when electrical systems are required, they have to have a minimum of the following 2 independent sources of power. The first one is a normal source, which can be many things. Most of the time it's the utility, but it can be other things. And 1 or more alternate sources for use when the normal source is interrupted. What can they be? So section B says generated where the normal source consists of a generating unit on the premises, the alternate source has to be another generating unit or some external utility. So if the normal source isn't utility and you're generating it on site, like cogen or something like that, you still have to have an emergency generator for the secondary source. A state amendment in 1.1 says the alternate source shall be one of the following. First is a generator driven by some form of prime mover. Another generating unit where the normal source consists of a generating unit. Fuel cells, kind of new, and battery systems. Now, how big of a battery? The battery system would need to meet the on-premises power requirement of 4 hours specified in section 700.12. So this is what a diagram of what the emergency power system for the critical patient bed locations would look like if it was like less than 150 kVA. I mentioned earlier that you have a life safety branch, a critical branch, and equipment branch, but if it's less than 150 kVA, it can all be supplied by 1 transfer switch. However, if it's more than 150 kVA, Now we're talking about individual transfer switches for each of the branches. Some of them configured for automatic switching, some can be manual, some can be delayed, and those are all specified in later on in the code. For category 2 venues, so this would be the non-critical patient care areas. If it's over 150 kVA, you still have to have an alternate source of power, but only 2 transfer switches are required, one for the life safety branch and one for the equipment branch. Notice there's no critical branch here. If it's less than 150 kVA, still 2 branches, life safety and equipment, but only 1 transfer switch is required. So we'll talk a little bit about what circuits are required to be on each of these branches, and this will make a little more sense what happened to the critical branch. Now, a couple slides earlier, it said that you can use batteries. Batteries are new and upcoming, of course. They're very popular, and with solar making its move into the market and battery storage for use when the solar system isn't generating power is very popular. And so there are a couple things I wanted to just kind of pull away from the electrical code, but just to make you aware of, because this happens all the time on these facilities. This is one of those plan check things that you get caught with, is these energy storage system buildings are considered F1 occupancy. So 306.2 says these are moderate hazard F1 occupancy classifications. When these are associated with a hospital or with a clinic, an I2 or an I2.1, the table 508.4 in the building code says a 2-hour separation is required. But there's a little footnote right there for the F1. And the footnote says, if you are an F1 and an I occupancy, which would be your clinic, you must have a 3-hour separation. So this is just sort of a little heads up, common problem that we see with these battery buildings nowadays. Back to the electrical code, 51720 talks about wet procedures. This is kind of special to operating rooms and surgical clinics. The basic premise of this section code says that an operating room is always considered a wet procedure location unless a risk assessment is conducted by the facility governing body. Doesn't say that this is a code requirement, nor are there any specificity to it, but it says that it must be done. And if it is not done, or if the operating room is defined as a wet location, then the operating rooms have to be separated, or energized, powered by isolated power systems, which is a big deal, or GFCI circuits. That written risk assessment doesn't have to be submitted to OSHPD or to the HCAI, but it does need to be maintained for inspection. And then a little segue here, a little section here, NFPA 99-63231 talks more detail about these risk assessments and what locations, and it will be incorporated into the mid-cycle code coming in July. So might as well get used to it now. Life safety branch 51733, these are the things that are required to be connected to the life safety branch. And not only are these required to be connected to the life safety branch, that second bullet says no function other than those listed shall be connected to the life safety branch. So this is a definitive list. These things have to be, and no other. Means of egress lighting, exit signs, alarm systems, communication systems required for emergency procedures, equipment at the generator set, elevator cab lighting, automatic doors when used for egress purposes. Not all automatic or power operated doors are used for egress, and the ones that are not should not be connected to the life safety branch. 51730B has a special requirement for transfer switches in California. This is kind of interesting. All automatic transfer switches shall be provided with an in-phase monitor relay and have provisions for electrically bypassing and isolating the transfer switch. Bypass isolation transfer switches. This is not new. However, the part that's actually misunderstood is this also applies to automatic transfer switches in fire pump controllers. That always gets missed. So if you have a fire pump controller that's being installed and serving one of these I2.1 surgical clinics, it must be bypass isolation type, and they're much more expensive and difficult to find if you don't have it in place when the building was built. Life safety branch and critical branch have to be independent of all other wiring. So raceways, cables, enclosures have to be readily identified, and conductors of the life safety branch and critical branch shall not enter the same raceway, boxes, or cabinets with other non-emergency wiring. That's kind of an interesting and difficult thing to achieve. For instance, imagine an automatic transfer switch. It has one connection that's normal power and one connection that's emergency. So that would be an example of it, where the second sentence says it is permitted for conductors to occupy same equipment, raceway boxes, or cabinets if of other circuits not part of the life safety branch and critical branch for those individual things. An exit sign, for instance, requires the emergency circuit and a normal circuit. So in that piece of equipment, the two circuits are allowed to exist together. 51734 talks about the critical branch. These things are required to be on the critical branch. This is not a list of things that are permitted, or let me say that differently. Things other than this are permitted. But these things, when they're in your facility, are required to be on the critical branch. I don't want to read them all, but things like nurse station lightings, nurse call systems, various different lighting and task receptacles in all of these locations all need to be on emergency power, and so on. The list goes on. Post-op recovery rooms, food prep, clinical IT network equipment rooms. Interesting how that made the list. These rooms are pretty important when it comes to the viability of these clinics. And so on. Electric clocks, sensor operated fixtures that are required by the plumbing code, medication dispensing units. So this might be a Pyxis machine, is required to be connected to a critical branch. Medication refrigerators and freezers, obviously, and so on. And then the last branch, the equipment branch, this includes a whole bunch of other things. You know, obviously the central vacuum system, sump pumps, compressed air systems, smoke control and stair pressurization. So oftentimes they get asked the question, what circuit do combination fire smoke dampers get connected to? Code says equipment branch. Now, could they be connected to critical? Sure. But the code would require, as a minimum, they get connected to the equipment branch with delayed automatic connection, and so on. I'll keep going. You know, you can read these at your leisure, but all of these rooms are required to be connected to the equipment branch. Continuing on with the equipment branch, but this list is equipment that is the heavier equipment that can be connected to a delayed connection transfer switch. So obviously heating equipment for operating rooms, delivery rooms, recovery, all of the important critical rooms can be on this branch circuit. Elevators themselves, not the cab lighting, but the elevators themselves, hyperbaric facilities, hypobaric facilities, automatic operated doors that are not used for egress go on this branch, and so on. Category 2, I kind of indicated earlier, Category 2 has a slightly different set of requirements for what gets connected to the life safety branch and the equipment branch. No critical, remember? So these 7 items get connected to the life safety branch in a Category 2 or non-critical healthcare facility. And then, oh, well, I tried to sell this a little bit, but there actually is a critical branch requirement, except that in 517.14, the two are just combined. So it's one circuit, one set of circuits or one set of pieces of equipment that are required to be connected, but they call it the equipment branch. So much for that. I know that was fast, and there's so much more to talk about in the electrical code requirements, and Jamie Schnick promised that he would participate in one of our next presentations. He just wasn't available today because he's doing more important stuff. He's obviously one of the best electrical engineers I know, and it has a lot more information and probably is going to answer the hard questions that are coming up here in a little bit. But I'll move on to the next section and pass it back to David for energy code.
Thank you, Gary. I have the last run with 10 more slides for the group to know. We covered already part 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the California building codes. Green building, the next one, the energy code, obviously is the part 6. Any OSHPD 3 facility, any clinics, they have to meet the requirements of the California Energy Code. When applicants submit projects to local building departments for building types, one of the elements that needs to be submitted is a compliance with the Energy Code. And as most of you are aware, California has been very progressive with energy since early 70s. That's where the energy codes came about. And little by little, these codes have become more stringent and now cover several different facets of a building. This slide is a good representative of what the energy code covers. The provisions of part 6 apply to the building envelope. That's the first most important thing. Glass, how much glass you use, how much window, doors, insulation. Then a space conditioning system, basically your air conditioning system or a heat pump or equipment that's used to provide hot and cold well air to the building. Water heating was also added many years ago to the energy code, which impact pools and spas. So if your pools are heated or spas are heated, or if the facility has a pool and spa, it's a part of the energy code and they need to meet the energy code. Solar readiness came to the energy code, indoor lighting, outdoor lighting, electrical power distribution system, and even signage, electrical signs, indoor and outdoor, are a part of the energy budget of the building, and they get calculated, and every building, based on size, shape, and orientation, needs to meet the energy budget. Basically, this energy budget comes about as a result of designing appropriate walls, window amounts, roof insulation, appropriate mechanical system, which is efficient system, domestic hot water system, and lighting system. They all play into the equation of the energy budget for a building. Something that is interesting in context of buildings, when it comes to energy budget for a building, this diagram shows the red zone, the red area is a new addition to an old building. So as you can see, the red part of this project, the new interior lighting, HVAC system, building envelope, domestic hot water needs to meet the energy code. However, let me just go back to the slide. Yeah. However, if the new building is served by the mechanical equipment from an existing building, the mechanical equipments are exempt. For instance, the HVAC in blue color that's serving the red building is exempt from justifying that HVAC system. Same thing with the domestic hot water system. If the new domestic system, hot water system is installed, needs to meet the energy code requirement. But if it is served by the old building equipment, that existing domestic hot water system is okay and does not have to meet today's new energy codes. But every time we deal with energy code, we have forms to deal with. Every project gets submitted to the building departments, gets reviewed, and energy consultants accordingly, when they run their software, when they do their calculation, they produce these forms that are published or printed on the plans that get submitted for review. The Lighting 1, LT1, Environmental ENV Fund forms, all these forms are mostly used, but in case of hospitals and healthcare facilities, solar readiness and commissioning is not a part of the required forms or required compliance yet. That doesn't mean in next code iteration they don't become effective, but right now the forms that you see that has got dark green star in them, they apply. If you see a X red mark, these forms do not apply to the healthcare facilities. The forms in the light green most likely to be used, and the one with the light blue color will definitely be used in the forms when the plan projects are reviewed. The last code that we deal with is the Part 11 of the California Building Code. Is the Green Building Code. If you recall, Green Building Code became effective when Governor Schwarzenegger was leaving the office. He initiated this code, and this is a code that's written by state, not published by the ICC or anybody else, and it has a different angle. It really covers what the energy code does not cover in order to make the buildings more green. Now it's mandatory to comply with the Green Building Code. So any OSHPD 3 projects or any project that comes across the local jurisdictions by state law, they need to meet the green building standards. As you can see, the Green Building Standard Code covers 5 main topics: basically planning and design of the building to make sure the building is efficient. Energy efficiency, which is basically energy code, it's implemented here, but when you look at the Green Building Code, it references energy code. It's the same thing. Water efficiency and conservation here is efficiency of the fixtures that we use, water closets, sinks, shower heads. They all applicable into the commercial buildings. Slightly different than hot water system that was discussed in energy code. Here are the equipment that use water in order to save water. The requirements are specified in the Green Building Code. Material conservation and resource efficiency is another thing that for many years the design community couldn't use. In other words, if there was a glue lamp beam that we could use, if it was not brand new, it could not be used. But now there are provisions in the California Green Building Code that the used parts or used pieces could be recertified and reused. And last and final is environmental quality. This topic has notation to volatile compounds that were used as in glues, in paints, in carpets, in buildings. That's caused a lot of medical problems, and building codes try to rectify those issues by providing appropriate requirements for the paints, for the glues that we use, for carpet types. All that's written in that section of the Green Building Code. So in summary, maybe I'll say something and then I'll leave it to my esteemed colleague to present their final statements. Because of the Green Building Code, Energy Code, and all these other codes that are not generally checked when it comes to OSHPD 3 facilities by HCAI or OSHPD, the developers are obligated to submit to 2 different agencies if they choose to go with the OSHPD. So more and more we see the trend that these developers submit their projects to the OSHPD 3 projects, I should refer to local building departments. And after plan review and plan check, fire department has a big role in local fire department has a big role in approving of these projects. Health department, local health department has a big role in approving these projects. And eventually the building department serves as a clearinghouse for final approval of this project. Ultimately, if the projects are correctly done and inspected, the certification could be issued. But that concludes my part of this presentation. I'd like to pass it back to Richard and Gary for final statements and concluding this presentation.
Yeah, thank you, David. I just want to thank you all for attending. I remind you that Thursday we're going to be continuing more on the fire side, but a lot more stuff will be there. Appreciate the questions, appreciate the help from Gary and David. Gary, anything? And then we'll go into Q&A.
No, it's been an honor to be allowed to be part of this. I don't think we touched on it when we started, but this is a function of the Hospital Building Safety Board. This is something that the board pressed forward, asked for. The Education Outreach Committee was directly involved in the development of this. And if you have any interest in these sorts of activities or other things that go on with OSHPD, the boards are open to public. You can attend the meetings, you can attend virtually or in person. And I think that if you want to be involved and learn more about the OSHPD world, that's a really good venue to do so. And you can get a lot of the inside stuff about what's going on, particularly with what's coming to OSHPD in a code near you.
Thank you, Gary. Caesar?
Caesar's going to take us to the end.
Yep, I'm here to do that. So thank you for that. We do have several questions, and I will get right to it. The first question goes back to CEC, specifically section 517.13. The question reads, does the wire need to be fire rated? We're having trouble finding that in IT cable.
No, unless it's a feeder for some other thing, for instance, a fire pump feeder or something like that that has another special requirement. But that's not a hospital requirement. That would be required for all occupancies.
All right, thank you. Next question reads, to be clear, and this is more of a clarifying question. It reads, to be clear, we do not follow ASHRAE 170 for negative pressure isolation room / ante room / toilet room with respect to corridor for pressurization, ?
Well, I don't think that's what we said. Our clarification for infection control isolation rooms was only that the ante room has to be negative in relation to the corridor, but it specifically refers to ASHRAE 170 in a lot of different instances, as well as, of course, Table 4A and the ASHRAE 62.1 standard as well.
Actually, I also want to make a previous clarification. Thank you, Gary. The 100% outside air column was removed in the intervening code in 2019. So yes, somebody asked about that earlier. So we'll update that slide.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Feedback is always appreciated. Going back to the electrical portion of the presentation, Article 517.45, if your OSHPD 3 service is an emergency overflow, i.e. in an earthquake, do you need to meet any OSHPD 1 compliance?
For what type of facility? For a clinic?
It says if your OSHPD 3 service is an emergency overflow, i.e. in an earthquake, do you need to meet any OSHPD 1 compliance?
No.
The answer is no. I'm not sure I understand the question. But
I think it's like during COVID, for instance, we did a lot of inpatient, I won't call it inpatient care, but we had our patients surge into some of the clinics, particularly for like urgent care and emergency departments. I think that's what that's referring to. But no, those requirements are emergencies. Those are not the normal operating requirements and not required for code. I thought the question was going to be, is special seismic certification required for equipment in the clinics? And the simple answer there is no as well. But one of the things a lot of people don't realize is that requirement for special seismic certification is not a California OSHPD thing. It's model code. So I'm certainly not an electrical engineer, but be aware that that requirement is applicable to all occupancies in California, not just hospitals.
Great, thank you for that clarification. If you're ready for the next question, here we go. The question reads, when installing slab-on-grade mounted critical equipment care equipment, i.e. cath lab fixed table, is that circuit feed by a branch circuit and restricted to a metallic raceway to comply with 517.13a, or can rigid PVC be used?
Yeah, what was the last part, Caesar? I couldn't hear that part. Can what be used?
So is that circuit feed by a branch circuit and restricted to metallic raceway to comply with 517.13a, or can rigid PVC be used?
If it's a critical circuit, it has to be a metallic raceway. So rigid PVC, unless it's like under the slab where it's encased in concrete, that other exception would not be applicable. And it would have to be encased in 2-inch concrete. And then, of course, don't forget about the redundant ground path aspect.
Great, thank you, Gary. The next question continues with electrical. The question reads, if a simple outpatient clinic space without critical care beds, etc., is e-power or secondary source of power required?
No, most of these requirements that we talked about are really for surgical clinics and clinics that have critical care or the like. And I should have included a slide that defined those things a little better. But emergency power or generators is not required in every single OSHPD 3 clinic, but is required in surgical clinics.
All right, and we have about 10 minutes left in the presentation, so we're almost done here. Continuing with electrical, if an optional standby Article 702 branch is provided in addition to the branches required by Article 517, is the transfer switch for optional standby branch required to have a bypass/isolation?
Oh, I'm going to answer what I think is right, but I will qualify it by saying I'm not sure it's right. All transfer switches serving essential electrical systems in the clinic that are required have to be bypass isolation type. It doesn't really distinguish what is energizing the transfer switch. It just basically says if the load circuit coming out of it is for critical care use, then the transfer switch has to be bypass isolation type. Again, I think I would ask Jamie Schnick that particular question because I could be completely wrong.
Yeah, and that's something that I wanted to bring up, Gary, is within OSHPD, within HCAI, we have people like Jamie and others who are technical leads and specific disciplines. And, we can get, if you send your question into regsunit@hcai.ca.gov, we can definitely ask and get you that answer. So send us an email if you feel that your answer didn't get quite answered, or maybe you have a question that comes up later after the presentation. So coming back to the questions here, the question reads, replacing interior of an emergency panel serving a lab with equal amp main breaker and branch breakers to make room for future equipment, reconnecting same loads to new breakers, can that be considered maintenance or freer or requires full permit? no added load or switching loads from breakers.
If this is asked from the local government, this requires a permit.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Even if it were a hospital, and this question is specific to hospitals and wouldn't apply to clinics, it would still require a project. It would still require a permit. It would not be maintenance because you're installing new panels.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, I'm going to go back to a question that that is outside of the electrical discipline, so I'll give you a break from that. The question reads, what is the criteria for defining which doors are used for egress? Which body of code defines this process?
Well, that's actually kind of an easy one. So the means of egress there is a three-part system and includes exit access, exit discharge. If the door that you're traversing is used for egress purposes, whether it's exit access, exit, or exit discharge, then it's a door in the means of egress. But if you had, like, for instance, a roll-up door on a loading dock or something like that, a power-operated door on a loading dock that isn't used for egress, that would be a good example of a power-operated door that may still need to be on emergency power, but isn't used for egress purposes.
Perfect. Thank you, Gary, for that. We have a PEX piping question. The question reads, is PEX piping allowed in both OSHPD 3 and OSHPD 1?
Yes.
OSHPD 3 is allowed.
Yes.
Within the limitations that you just saw in this presentation.
Perfect. Thank you all. And then we have two more questions here, and then we'll proceed with concluding comments. Two more questions. The first question is dealing with the electrical. Are the minimum required IDF and MDF room sizes for OSHPD 3 like they are for OSHPD 1?
I'm sorry, Caesar, can you read that one more time? I couldn't follow it.
Sure. The question reads, are the minimum required IDF and MDF room sizes for OSHPD 3 like they are for OSHPD 1?
That's a great question. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
My guess is they're not defined in under clinics, only hospitals. But I would have to look that up. That'd be a good question to send in.
All right. And the last question we have here is, can the panel discuss the impact of new codes on electric vehicle charging stations required versus make ready and requirements for electrical service generators, et cetera, for these charging stations? And this question is a bit out of the presentation, but figure we ask it and see what we come up with.
I can't.
Thank God. Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually installing solar at my house, and one of the first things they ask me is, "Are you going to be charging an electric car?" So there's obviously some future considerations. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, David.
In context of OSHPD 3 projects, I can tell you how we handled it in Long Beach. The electrical vehicle charging station now is a part of Green Building Code, and there are requirements for almost every brand new facility gets constructed. So some cities, based on their planning department, they may even have more restrictive or more stringent requirement, but electrical charging station now is a part of Green Building Code. And there are requirements for any brand new facility, OSHPD 3.
Very good.
Perfect. Thank you, David.
Parking design.
Thank you, David, for that. Thank you all for the presentation. Before we get to closing comments, Richard, Gary, Nancy, David, anything you'd like to add before we close out the presentation?
I'd just like to go on the record that this was a great presentation by my colleagues, and thanks to Hospital Building and Safety Board that initiates this. I know, at least from the building department side, many staff and many government employees can learn things from such seminars.
Yeah, I would second that, David, and just say that, in my limited time with Cedars-Sinai, I've learned a heck of a lot about requirements and interestingly enough, misunderstandings about the requirements for clinics, both licensed and non-licensed clinics. And a lot of the misunderstandings come from past misunderstandings or changes or way things were done years ago that have changed and are no longer done, but yet remain as a part of the concept of you have to do this, and how there's a fairly significant resistance to building buildings that are OSHPD 3 compliant. With the cost notwithstanding, these buildings will go on through their lifetime, which can be 50 plus years, with the infrastructure in place to facilitate these uses and be a lot more what's the word I want to say? They're a lot more
Flexible.
Flexible. That's the word. I knew it was an F word. I didn't. Yeah, a lot of flexibility can be built into the buildings by taking these things into account.
Yeah, and I also want to thank Gary and David for putting this together, and just want to encourage you. Like Gary said, there's a lot of confusion around clinics. Like I said, a lot of my phone calls are about clinics. So I would encourage you to continue to call. If you have questions, I'd rather you call up front before there's a problem than get something built than trying to get it licensed and not be able to. And so thank you all for your time. Appreciate it very much. Thank you, Caesar and the team, for helping out.
Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. Nancy, anything to add, Nancy?
Just thank you for the time on all sides, for those attending and all the preparation that went into this, and for those that are joining Thursday for the second portion. We look forward to, we won't really see you, but hear you, or see your name at least, and talk with you more about some of the other aspects for clinics. And thank you for taking the time to attend this.
All right, that brings us to the end of our presentation. We hope that you all found this webinar to be helpful. Remember, if you didn't download the PDF handout of this presentation, you can find it and download it under the handout section of the GoTo toolbox. Also, we saw several questions, same question asked several times over and over again. This is being recorded, and we do anticipate being able to put this accessible version of this presentation up on our website within 3 to 4 weeks. So please look for it on our website under the webinar section of the website. If you have a question about this presentation or a specific question about a specific project, send your question over, or questions over to regsunit@hci.ca.gov. That's regsunit@hci.ca.gov. And remember, if you're interested in joining us for the second part and haven't registered yet, log on to our HCAI website and register for the second part, which is scheduled for Thursday, May 18th, 2023, starting at 1 p.m. Pacific time. It's been a pleasure being with you all here today. Thank you for what you do and for doing your part in providing access to safe, quality healthcare environments throughout the state of California. Thank you, and until next time.